Hey, man. Hey, smack 'em a gob, man. All you need is hate. I am Smack 'em a gob, and with me is
Oh yeah, the co-host of America. Not, I'm sorry, take that back. The world's biggest Kiss podcast, the Rock and Metal Combat podcast. What's up, Ralph?
oh man. Before you introduce our guest, I have some socks in my hand, but that's not what I want to talk about.
Oh,
I just got an email today, and this email comes from Swahili. You know that Swahili? That shit's far, right?
yeah.
Notify me that we are now the number one Country Joe and the Fish podcast.
In Swahili.
They think they don't think, they know we're the best, biggest Country Joe and the Fish podcast. All right, Ian, introduce the guests. I don't pay you for nothing.
All right. Well, it's 1, 2, 3. What are you asking for? It's Ryan T. Russell, but you don't give a damn. I'm going off to Vietnam. Hey, Ryan T.
Gentlemen.
Russell, what's up, brother?
Gentlemen, happy to be back.
Yes.
Right on.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about metal this week, but Ralph's like, "Go fuck yourself." he actually called me Jigaboo. It's pretty fucked up, but he says we're talking about the Beatles, and I said Beatles. Well, we got to get Ryan T. Russell if he's available. So thank you for joining us, even though you were a minute late, you son of a bitch.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on. My Zoom, I had to log back in. It usually logs me directly in, but for some reason I had to, and I haven't put in my password in probably 5 years, so I had to go look it up. But happy to be here, guys, and always happy to talk about the Beatles. It's funny, when Ralph messaged me, I was like, how long ago was it that we did the countdown? And it seemed like it, or, where we ranked the albums. And it seemed like it was like 2 months ago, but that was all the way back in like November. So it's been a while.
Nice.
Me and Ian, we hate having guests. That's why it's been a while.
Well, then I feel very privileged that I got the invite.
Hey, I'm noticing now. How my webcam is a little funny. Doesn't it look like I'm in the Poseidon Adventure?
Little diagonal.
All right, let me fix that.
You look like a live Gene Hackman. There you go. And I'll be Shelley Winters.
Remember when Gene Hackman died, and fucking all the internet experts said the same shit? Oh, he died from a gas leak because they found him and his wife. He died from, yeah. Everybody knows. Everybody's such a fucking expert. And he died. She died before his ass. She died, and then, he's got Alzheimer's. He didn't know what's going on. He dies like 3 days later. Oh, they found them both dead? Oh, it was a gas leak.
Yeah.
People spend way too much time watching CSI.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
That's what they want you to believe, though. I want to know what happened to Building 7. That's what I'm asking.
I don't know what that meant.
It was an inside job.
I don't know. I still don't know what you mean.
9/11. Trace it back.
Oh,
Do the
9/11.
homework.
9/11. Yeah, right there. Let me show you. I'm gonna have to move the camera a little bit. See right there next to Art the Clown? That's the fuck puppet. Coincidentally enough, he told me his favorite holiday was 9/11. I was like, oh, come on, puppet. That's fucked up.
That is fucked up.
I didn't find that funny at all. I'm pissed off. I'm still not talking to him. 9/11 being his favorite holiday. That's disrespectful.
A lot of people hate the Twin Towers. What can you say? All right. Well, fuck it. This is already going to be a long episode because it's going to be us talking about the Beatles. So we should get into the fucking news. What do you say?
Let's do it.
What's going on? Hey, Ralph, refresh my memory, you sober son of a bitch. Did we talk about that horrible Tony Iommi Robbie Williams song last week?
You did. I didn't hear it. I still haven't heard it.
Yeah, well, there's a behind the scenes footage, like video of it. And I ain't going to watch that shit because I watched the video and that was bad enough. Fuck that song.
Right.
Fuck that song.
I'll check it out eventually.
Have not heard
Did you? Ugh. All right, save yourself. But somebody took save yourself too literally. Seven Dust Clint Lowry says he will absolutely write about his journey with Christ on the band's next album. So just when you think Seven Dust can't get any worse, they're getting all Jesus on your ass.
Hey. Chill out, bro. You know I love Jesus.
Yeah, but Jesus is the guy that sells you weed, you know? You live in Hialeah.
Jesus, my nigga, yo.
But, oh, fuck, god damn. This Seven Dust guy. Seriously, this band's not bad enough. Then you got to hear about his sobriety. Now you got to hear he found Jesus.
Yeah, I'll give you, man, I'll tell you what I find very impressive about Seven Dust. It's been about 25, 30 years they've been around, right? Something like that.
Yeah.
And, you know, they're lucky if they even get club gigs, and they're still going. They suck. Well, to me, they suck. And I've seen them live when they were new. And I was actually curious about Seven Dust because I was reading the magazines then. J.J. French was their manager.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
And I was like, oh, you know, check out. And it was, they were opening for some good bands. And, my God, I was like, oh, not my thing, man. But hey, man, they're like Mark Allen Taylor. They don't give up.
Even though they should.
Mark Allen, Freeform Rock Podcast is the Seven Dust of podcasts.
I like Seven Dust when they were Seven Mary Three. I like that better, you know, then I changed their name. It's all too cumbersome for me. Fuck that shit.
I would not listen to a band called Seven Mary Three. I just won't do it.
Oh, okay. Well, here's something we got to talk about. Iron Maiden finally started up their Run for Your Lives tour. How do you guys feel about that set list? You guys surprised? You like it? You pissed?
I mean, it's more or less what I expected. You know, there's a couple deep tracks they threw in there, but I mean, you know, listen, when you're trying to, you know, what do they do? 15 songs? It's not easy with those, especially those first 5 albums. You know, there's so many kind of staples they almost have to play. But I'd give that a solid B+. I'll go see that tour at least once.
No, it wasn't nothing earth-shattering at all. I mean, I overlooked the set list and it said, you know, each one hasn't been played in such and such year. All those songs have been played after the year 2000.
Yeah.
So I'm like, oh, last time played 2017. What's that, fucking 5-6 years ago?
Well, honestly, in like today's touring world, that seems like it was yesterday to me. I mean, I saw that 17 tour, so it doesn't feel like a long time ago since I've seen those songs live.
They should throw out songs they've never played.
Yeah, at least 1 or 2 would be cool.
Because they did that with Alexander the Great, and that was great. But man, throw in fucking, I don't know, Quest for Fire would be the shit. But no, but that would never happen. Bring back Milan, you know, do that one.
Well, that's one that was rumored to be on the set list, was the Tame Land. And I think it's kind of odd that, you know, this whole tour is supposed to be representing the first album through Fear of the Dark, yet there's not one track off of No Prayer for the Dying. That is what surprised me the most. I'm happy to see, you know, it start off with 4 Paul Di'Anno songs. It's one of those weird things. It's like I looked at the set list, like I dig it, but I was hoping for something a little bit more deeper. But then the more I look at the set list, it's like, can I really bitch about that? Because if I was to see this tour, if it comes here, it would be the best set list that I've ever seen Maiden play. But, I was hoping for, something besides Wasted Years. There's rumors that they were going to be playing Sea of Madness. I know you hate it, Ralph, but I would fucking love to hear that. It wasn't on the tour when, they were playing Somewhere in Time and shit. I thought that would have been great. To Tame a Land.
Actually, they did play that early on the Somewhere in Time.
Correct. But I mean,
by the time I saw it, it wasn't on the set list, and that's because the song.
I believe they only played it in Europe. I don't think it was on by the time they made the States. But still, I mean, to have nothing from, No Prayer. And I was hoping, like, oh, please don't let it be Bring Your Daughter to the Slaughter. I fucking hate that song. I hate the solo version. I hate the Maiden version. I mean, it's cock rock, no matter how you slice it. But some, Tail Gunner would have been nice,
To me, that's the second worst song on the album, Bring Your Daughter to Slaughter. The worst song on that album is Hooks in You. Oh, Jesus.
Hooks in Me.
Listen, Bring Your Daughter to Slaughter. Both versions suck.
Right. But I was afraid that was going to be the one because, oddly enough, it was a hit in the UK. I don't know why.
It was a #1 hit.
Was it #1?
Number one. Yep.
And no accounting for taste. But, I mean, looking at the set list, it's a fucking dream. I feel so bad for my buddy. I talked about it before when I saw him on the Final Frontier tour. And he was new into Maiden, never seen him before, And it was like fucking an hour 30 before he knew a fucking song they played. I felt bad for the guy. So this is like, man, there's so many classics on here, but there's room for an improvement. But like I said, overall, if I get to see this, it would be the best set list ever. So I can't bitch. I thought it was funny. I just saw a post where their manager, what the fuck's his name?
Rod Smallwood.
Yeah, Rod Smallwood bitching about because they got this no phone policy for this tour, and he's bitching about the leaked footage. I thought it looked pretty good. We'll see how Simon does as the tour goes on. I didn't think he sounded bad, but he's definitely not Clive Burr. When Bruce said that, I didn't hear Clive Burr. I heard a guy like, he just sounds like a regular drummer who loves loves Iron Maiden. So not bad by any means, but to me, Clive Burr is so unique, and it is what it is. I'll definitely go. Will you guys go see this tour?
Nico, love him or hate him, is unique too.
I won't go.
Oh yeah.
I won't go. If it comes my way, I will not go.
Yeah, I'll go once. Maiden for me is one of those bands. Like, there's some bands, if I looked at this set list, it would piss me off more. But Maiden, as much as some of these songs are completely overplayed, really not any of them that I hate hearing. Like, there's songs from other bands I love from that era that, they're great songs at once, but I hear them live and I'm literally pissed off. Not really any of these that I'd be pissed. I still love them.
If I had to pick one to piss me off, would be fucking Fear of the Dark. I don't know how this song has become so
it's a
now
staple. It's a
legendary.
Staple. Yeah, every show.
I love that song.
I like it. I just don't think it's worthy of being a song that never leaves the set list. I mean, they play that when they only play 5 old songs.
That ain't shit. #1, Fear the Dark is a song where it gets the whole crowd singing along. You want to talk about a song that's overplayed? What's the song Iron Maiden has done on every goddamn show? Every show.
Iron Maiden.
And here's the thing about Diano. I don't like it, man. I watched it. Yeah, the band sounds fine. I don't like how Bruce sings those songs. I just don't. When Bruce said recently in an interview, you know what? We're not doing Remember Tomorrow no more because that's for Paul. And I'm like, yeah, thank God. Why don't you why don't you give all the songs to Paul? I know you jackasses out there want Bruce Dickinson up there singing goddamn Deano song with somebody on drums that's not Clyde Burr, and you're fucking fine with that shit? Fuck you! I'm just trying to appeal to the Ian fans out there that like irrational behavior.
There you go. And by the way, smash that like and subscribe button. I've been looking at the YouTube numbers, and it turns out that only a fraction of you actually subscribe to the channel. The other half of you are Sammy Hagar listening bitches.
Oh, don't say that. They'll subscribe. Just be nice. And
no, fuck that. Shame works better.
I've noticed the numbers been good, man.
No, they've been good, but I want to see some motherfuckers. We got to help that fucking anal rhythm.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. But, yeah, I just love that, we still have such a cool following.
No, we do. And it's funny because there was somebody who posted online about our dwindling, I still can't fucking say it, dwindling numbers. Because they're looking at just our Podbean shit. But if you see the split between our Podbean, a lot of people now like to watch the YouTube version. So if you add them both together, which are totally separate, we're still doing just as great as ever. But if somebody was just to look at Podbean numbers, they'd think, "Oh yeah, they're not doing what they were." Fuck you, we're not.
And those people complaining like dwindling numbers, see that in dwindling. Dwindling.
I can't say it.
All right.
Yeah, I used to watch it all the time or listen to it all the time on Podbean. I watch the YouTube most of the time now.
Did you subscribe, you son of a bitch?
Yeah.
Do you smash that like button?
I smash the fuck out of it.
Good.
My point is, all these people bitching about us, they're still listening.
Yeah, we know that because we've got threatened.
Tell me about that later. I don't know.
All right.
Do I know about this?
Yeah. You just forgot.
The lawsuit thing.
Yeah, the lawsuit thing.
But that's
all right.
Let's keep rolling. I don't want to talk about that.
Yeah, don't worry. I got my lawyers on it. Sebastian Bach jumped on stage with Faster Pussycat in Las Vegas to sing Bathroom Wall. And, man, I got to admit, that shit was some fun, man. It looked cool.
That song sucks.
That song kicks ass.
Oh, my God. Got your number on the back. Oh, my God. You would play that on Headbangers Ball, it would drive me fucking nuts. I was like, God, I hate this goddamn song.
I love that first album, but not one of my favorite songs on the album.
Really? Now, see, I
like it, but it would be like, deep down the list of my favorite songs on that album.
I love that song. I never bought the first Faster Pussycat album.
Really?
The first one I bought was Wake Me When It's Over. Love that fucking album. I think it's a very underrated cock rock album. For whatever reason, I didn't buy the first Faster Pussycat, and today was the first time I ever listened to it in its entirety, and I was like, oh.
No?
No, I mean, the songs that I knew that I liked, I was like, fuck yeah, cool riff. The rest of it, I was like, nah.
I knew my friend Ronnie, who I'm still friends with, back in 1987. I was at his house and he had two cassettes. One was Appetite for Destruction, the other one was the first Faster Pussycat. And I saw Guns N' Roses in California 2 years prior to them making that album. And I was like, oh shit, Guns N' Roses, I saw them. Yeah, play that one first, And he played, I was like, damn, this shit's good. Then he played the Faster Pussycat one. I was like, God damn, man, put Guns N' Roses back on. That shit was...
Well, I bought those two cassettes within a week of each other.
Well, I guess they came out around the same time.
Very, very close.
Yeah, 87.
Because my friend had that cassette before the album blew up a year later. After he played me that, Welcome to the Jungle, and then Sweet Child of Mine really blew it up. But Welcome to the Jungle. I'll tell you how big Guns N' Roses was in 1988. I had a record store, right? and this Cuban guy, we sold a lot of Latin music. And he goes to me, hey man, you got that rock and roll band, the guy full of tattoos? And I was like, Guns N' Roses? He's like, yeah, that. He bought it. Imagine somebody going to a record store today telling the guy, hey, you got that band with a band full of tattoos?
That would really narrow it down.
Getting narrowed back in 87, full of tattoos. It was just really Axl,
That reminds me of being in my local record store that I grew up in. And I'll never forget, I'm just like going through the records, and this guy comes in, doesn't look like anybody who hangs out at the record store, looks like your fucking tax attorney. And he comes in and he asks the guy at the counter, he goes, hey man, you got that band with that new song sounds like Pink Floyd? And the guy's like, huh? And he meant Silent Lucidity.
Honestly, that's what I was about to guess.
I know, but I don't know. Maybe it's me because I was already into Pink Floyd, and I was never, ever, as much as I love Queensrÿche, I wasn't a big Silent Lucidity fan. I'm still not. But to compare that to Pink Floyd is like, playing the new, it's playing a Poison song. Hey, you got that band that sounds like AC/DC? It's about that fucking far off the mark. Fucking Silent Lucidity's nuts.
You mentioned Silent Lucidity to Eric RMCP.
Oh,
yeah. Dude, that guy loses his mind. It's like mentioning Smashing Pumpkins 1979 to me.
It triggers him.
It's a bump, bro. It's a bump. Me and you, Matt, sure. And you know what? I like Silent Lucidity, yet I hate Empire. I like the song Empire. I like Silent Lucidity, and I like the last song.
I like 5 songs. The rest of it's trash.
Yeah. I like a handful of songs. I liked it more back in the day. I listened to it not too long ago. There's some songs I think hold up. Oddly enough, a song I never, ever get sick of is Jet City Woman.
Yeah, I
love that fucking song.
I like the thin line.
There's some other shit that I love. I tell you, one of my favorite ones I wish would have made the album ended up being on the fucking amazing movie that needs to be on 4K called The Adventures of Ford Fairlane.
Last Time in Paris.
Love that song.
They played that live fairly recently. It was really cool.
Yeah, great song.
I saw Jeff Tate do that.
Oh, it was Tate that did it. You're right.
Last time I saw Jeff Tate, I was with Charlie Hill and Daniela Hill. The encore, one of the encores was Last Time
in Paris.
Yep.
Oh shit! Yeah, I love that song. I love that.
No, I think you did too, Ralph. But I saw Tate and Queensrÿche like within a couple months of each other, and I'll say I enjoyed the hell out of both shows.
I enjoyed Jeff Tate more than Queensrÿche.
Well, I just loved hearing the warnings.
The only problem Queensrÿche is great, but their set lists are weak. I mean, I like that they did the EP and the warning.
That's the show I'm talking about.
Yeah, they didn't. Well, when I saw it, they didn't play Last Time in Paris. But yeah, it was badass. They're badass. But man, Jeff Tate to me is more. Look, I think the best album that Queensrÿche done since Operation Mindcrime was the last one, Digital Alliance.
Yeah, I like that one.
I didn't listen to it much. It's like I listened to it once and just for some reason never went back to it.
Other than the horrible Billy Idol cover, I thought it was really fucking good.
That's terrible, and it's the last song on the album, so that's okay. But
you guys are lucky. The last time I saw Queensrÿche, they played American Soldier from start to finish. It was fucking terrible.
I'm sorry.
It's fucking terrible. And they encored with like 6 songs from Tribe. Terrible.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's go. Go ahead.
I was just going to say real quick, we were talking about buying Faster Pussycat and Guns N' Roses on cassette. Do you guys remember like what your cassette era years were? Did you have like a cassette era?
Oh,
no,
fuck yeah.
I didn't really. I had a tape deck, but I would buy more blank tapes than actual store tapes because I
make mixtapes.
What I would do is I would buy a vinyl, and if I liked the vinyl, which was like 9 times out of 10, I would put it on a blank cassette. So that was my cassette. And then this is what I would do back in the day. I would play the record, and I loved it so much. I grabbed the tape, record, played it again, recorded the whole album. Then I would get the record, I'd put it back in the sleeve and never play it again. Only play it on cassette. That's why my records, most of them, are really good. But man, there one that pissed me off the other day. I don't know how this happened because it's a newer album. Maybe got it like 5 years ago. It was a Skid Row, United Rebellion, Part 1. And I played that the other day. And that shit crackled, skipped like a motherfucker. I was like, oh, this is bullshit. And I'm really into CDs now. I said, fuck that. I'm getting this on CD. I go get on CD, $115. Fuck you. And it's an EP on top of that. $115 that CD goes for now.
I'll send you a 320 MP3 for like $20.
I have you.
Okay.
I got a connection now. Fuck you, Mister. I got somebody else, bro. I'm cheating on this.
No, I totally had like a cassette era, man, and that was like I would say 82 through 87.
Yeah.
I mean, when CDs took off, I remember my first CD was Smashes, Thrashes, and Hits. I bought Smashes, Thrashes, and Hits and Night Songs, even though Night Songs I already had on cassette. But I was like the king of Columbia House, man. I filled that shit out with every fucking family member I could. Get those 11 cassettes for a penny and all this shit. And but cassettes suck, man. That's why I thought it was so funny when there was that resurgent from hipsters, like right after the vinyl thing, you know, all of a sudden cassettes were cool. I'm like, yeah, this is only fucking nerds who grew up after cassettes, because us who lived through them knew they sucked.
Yeah, I mean, it's easily the worst of the formats. But I was primarily cassette probably from about 84 to 87, 88. I was still buying some vinyl in there, but just because of the ease of being, you know, everybody had the boom boxes and, you know, you brought the first time you were bringing your music with you. So like, I just loved that part of it. So like if I had a choice between vinyl and cassette, like 84, 85, 86, I was buying cassette 9 out of 10 times.
Oh, I was a boombox motherfucker. I used to have one of the like, not only would I carry around like my dual deck, you know, big ass Sears boombox, I had like the double cassette holder, you know, that you could open the top or the bottom, and I would carry that around me like it's fucking wallet or keys. You know, I took that shit everywhere. In fact,
I actually won a boombox in a raffle at a McDonald's, and it was actually a pretty cool boombox. So like once I got that thing, man, I was like cassette hardcore for like 4 years, and it kind of pisses me off now because I like look back and think about like how many like albums I never had on vinyl and I had to go rebuy or whatever.
There's a guy I know who presses cassettes for people, and he hit me up to put out Thrash or Die on cassette. and this was sold out. He sold them all.
That's cool.
Nice.
He never repressed it, but he sold he sent me quite some change, bro. Yeah, look at that.
Nice.
On cassette.
And what's funny, you know what used to piss me off on cassettes, because I got a lot of shit through Columbia House, is remember you get the shit through Columbia House where it'd have like the pink line, like top and bottom, and then it would have the thing. It was like such a generic thing. It was kind of like when CDs used to, like Columbia used to have the nice price, where it'd be like,
and there's like no liner notes. It's like the most.
Oh yeah. Like the CD covers are already small enough, but then it would be like extra small, and then above that it'd be like all this horrible yellow and lines, and then it would say nice price. It just looks so like fucking Dollar General fucking music and shit. Hated that shit.
Yeah, I just always think it's fascinating to kind of look at like the different eras of what, you know, what we were listening to stuff on. I went through a long digital era. I'm almost embarrassed of my digital era because I stopped listening to my stereo for like 5 years. I'm like, what the fuck was I thinking? Like I was listening to everything on little like, you know, carry around speaker on my phone. And it's like
I'm like that with CDs, man, because That's the last thing I have to get, man. I've got like my fucking 4K projector. I've got this awesome screen. The last thing I need is this new stereo I'm getting. And then it's like, I think I'm going to get like a dedicated CD player. Because I did some research and like, technically you can play CDs. I've got, 4K players out the ass and like really high-end 4K players. But it's still not the same as a dedicated CD player. There's different like mechanics in there that boost it and shit.
Ian, you talked about this last week.
Okay, bye.
Oh, look at last week's episode. Yeah, you talked all.
Okay. All right. Well, Ryan wasn't here, so I was just telling him.
Ryan.
I still have my same 5-disc shuffler from like 25, 30 years ago, and it's hooked up. I listen to CDs a lot less than vinyl, but I'll put a CD on here and there.
Let me tell you, if you don't believe me out there, that Ian said that last week, go ask any of us haters. They'll set you straight.
That's right. Listen to the episode again. I like those numbers.
Old and drunk is not good for the memory. I'm with you, Ian. I'm with you.
All right. Well, here's something. I know Ralph watched this whole fucking concert. I only fast forward, just to see what it sounded like. But Chris Jericho's non-makeup Kiss cover band Quarantine performed songs in Webster, Wisconsin. I think they were opening a Haagen-Dazs, and they played the opening.
What are you talking about? I saw this. I didn't see this.
You didn't see that? I know you love Chris Jericho.
That shit.
Unbelievable.
I hate Chris Jericho. I hate that dude.
I want to know who his fan base is. Like, I mean, he plays like decent sized venues. Like, who's going to those shows?
People like me.
What's the demographic there? What's the age?
Wrestling fans and Trump supporters. That's who goes to see Chris Jericho. I'm telling you. Not to get political, but that's the truth.
Ozzy.
But hey, like I said, I was at the first Fozzy show, and I'm on MTV being there, but I never went back.
I wouldn't admit.
But check out this set list. I mean, they were so. They begged them to stop because the fans couldn't take it. It was so intense. They did a 5-song set. They did Good Girl Gone Bad. Fits Like a Glove. Who Wants to Be Lonely?
Ooh.
Turn on the Night and Lick It Up.
Turn on the Night's the worst.
But it's an all non-makeup.
Yeah, it's all non-makeup because Chris Jericho talks about how when he was growing up, he was into the Beatles. He didn't listen to a lot of metal. And some friends tried to play him some Kiss. He's like, that band that wears makeup and shit. And his friend's like, no, they took the makeup off. They're really cool now. So when he got into Kiss was the non-makeup era. And he is the biggest, like, this, incarnation of the band needs to be respected. This is such a great era. And he's a huge Crazy Nights fan.
I do like a decent amount of the non-makeup years. So, I mean, that's actually kind of cool, but it just makes me think of the whole thing from the movie Step Brothers. At the end of the movie, they have the Billy Joel cover band that only plays 80s and later Joel, which was hilarious. But hey, Bruce Kulick was actually doing some shows on some of those Kiss cruises where they were playing some of that stuff. And from just video I saw, it was actually sounding pretty cool.
Yeah, but you see, my point is that it's just the Kiss fans. There's not enough of Kiss fans that would go see Bruce Kulick because Bruce Kulick doesn't tour. There's no demand for it.
If there was demand for it, he'd do it.
Yeah, he plays like Vegas or something. If Bruce Kulick can go on tour and do nothing but Kiss songs, it would be huge. Now, he played a very I played there once too. Very big place called Revolution. And he played there right before the Kiss Cruise. I mean, Kiss Cruise, Sammy, he played there the night before the Kiss Cruise. Dude, there was like 30 people.
Really?
And this is with Kiss fans down here.
Yeah, like I'm thinking you've got a real captive audience there.
But here's why. Because the same night he was playing Revolution in Miami, there was a show that, Vinnie Vincent's going to be a surprise guest.
Oh, God.
Everybody went to that instead of to go see Bruce Pure.
Well, I think what throws some fans off.
I got to tell you, too, what he had said earlier. That Chris Jericho, he had to have the most dorkiest fucking friends in the world for them to say, no, they don't wear the makeup anymore. Now they're cool.
Nobody thought Kiss was cool.
Biggest Kiss twats on the planet. Oh yeah.
Well,
that's hilarious.
I think why there wasn't more people there is I think it started off on a sour note because the band's called Quarantine with a K because they got together during the COVID quarantine. And I can't remember their first song that they did. It's one of those, like everybody's doing during quarantine where everybody's recording, in their houses and then they put it together. But the second song they chose to cover was Silver Spoon from Hot in the Shade. I'm not making that up. I'm being dead serious. But why I think more Kiss fans should support Quarantine is their bass player is PJ Farley from Trickster, who's in a band with the guy who wrote all the original Kiss songs, Steve Brown, So it's like there's a connection with a K, Fucking Kiss nerd motherfuckers.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, they don't wear makeup anymore. Now they're cool. Those are the type of people that love Paul's acting on Kiss Exposed. They love all that shenanigans.
You know what I put on my cereal? Root beer.
Yeah.
Sugar. It's a natural high.
They love Animalized Live. They watch that and they go, Paul Stanley's the greatest frontman ever.
David Lee who?
Fucking Kiss squad. I do. You don't. You lose your mind.
Oh, I can't wait to watch it. I've got it in my save. I mean, you put out fucking 75 videos a day. I can't keep up with them all. But I was going through, I save all this shit to my watch later. And you do a review of Animalize. And I cannot wait to watch that one.
Well, I'm kind to that album. I like that album.
Oh, no. Yeah, I'm sorry. Animalize Live, the concert video.
Oh, yeah. That shit's horrible.
Because
I've probably seen it 100 times, though.
Me too. But it's one of those I watched 100 times as a kid.
Yeah.
Just like I watched, what was the Ozzy home video from the Ultimate Sin Tour? Ultimate Ozzy? Or some shit. I tried watching it like a couple years ago and I was like, this is so horrible. The keyboards are so fucking bad. And then I went back, I watched Animalize a couple years ago. I'm like, they're playing the songs too fast. It sounds like shit. The stage raps are fucking horrible.
Terrible. But me and my brother used to tape. Yeah. You guys remember when MTV would have those?
Oh, yeah. They'd show that every Saturday night.
On at like midnight on Saturday or whatever. And me and my brother, we wouldn't remember to record all of them, but we had like Billy Squier one that we recorded. We had that Kiss one that we recorded. And the one we did remember to record, we would watch over and over again. So I've seen that one like 100 times. And I know the raps, like I can say them as he's doing them because I've heard it so many times. And
right. But as a kid, I thought that shit was good, man. Oh, yeah. But watching it as an adult, I'm like, wow.
I was 13.
I was already at the age watching it going, this shit sucks.
Yeah, you got a couple years of wisdom on us.
All three you mentioned. Ultimate Ozzy, first time I saw that sucked. The Kiss one sucked. And what was the third one?
Billy Squier, you gotta like that one. The first, no. Don't Say No to Her.
I'm talking about. Ian said 3 home videos. It was, what was it? Ozzy, Kiss, and what was the other one?
No, I just mentioned those two. He mentioned Billy Squire.
All right, I thought you mentioned three. Yeah, I knew back then watching it. I was like, this shit
Yeah.
is terrible. Because I grew
Yeah.
up with the real deal. You guys grew up with this phony shit, and here you are, and now you're growing up going, it sucks.
Well, that's when you're that age, when you're like, 12, 13, 14, it doesn't take much to impress you. And especially if you don't know what came before. If that's like your first, like, okay. But like, I swear to God, especially that Ultimate Ozzy. I remember I would rent that all the time. And I loved Ultimate Sin. But even compared to Ultimate Sin, when you hear that shit live, and I think that was Don Airy.
No.
Oh, it wasn't? I don't know, but it was fucking horrible. Oh, it drowned everything out. It was so like, and I love Jake's guitar work, but it's like you can barely hear it through all the fucking pussery. It's fucking terrible. It sounded like fucking Ozzy on stage with Europe. Terrible. But you know what? Let's go to something that doesn't suck. And I hope you guys liked it as much as me if you guys got to see it. Did you see the new video from Nefarious?
No.
No. Okay.
No.
Ryan, are you familiar with Nefarious?
No.
Okay, that's a new like thrash super group like Keaton from Hyrax, Rick Holtnett from Exodus, Will Carroll from Death Angel.
Yeah, I'd read about it.
Yeah. Well, they put out the second single, Master Plan. And I was like, man, I hope it's as good as the first song. I don't know if I like it necessarily as much as the first one, but it's still solid as fuck. I mean, the first track was like almost 7 minutes, pretty fucking epic. This one's a shorter track, but man, it's just thrash through and through. And it's everything that, a lot of us got excited about Category 7 with the lineup, and we're very disappointed with the end result. This thrash supergroup, man, I think 2 for 2 already, man. I'm super excited for the whole fucking album, man. And this just sounds like people who love thrash, where Category 7 sounds like fucking some dude who's into fucking Yngwie shit with a bunch of thrash guys, and he's fucking it up for everybody. This Nefarious, man, fucking real deal. I fucking dig it. Yeah, the bass player played in Blind Illusion, another big Bay Area band. And then the other guitar players from Heathen as well. Fucking just amazing. And we got to get Will Carroll back on the show to talk about this shit, man, because he needs to be proud of this shit. It's really fucking good.
Yeah, the supergroup stuff is hit or miss. I can tell you one kind of that was a nice, pleasant surprise for me in that thrash genre. It was called Mr. Bungle, but honestly, I don't even know why. I know they called it Mr. Bungle because that a lot of that music is, but I mean, it's so not Mr. Bungle. If either of you guys heard the Raging Wrath of the Easter Bunny, they did with it's basically a thrash supergroup kind of.
Yeah, but to me though, that was faithful to the original.
Yeah, well, I mean, the origin of it is, but
people fucking talk.
Go ahead.
It's been like 3 minutes. I'm trying to talk, and now I forgot what the fuck I was gonna say. I'm gonna go like this next time.
We were talking about the
Mr. Bungle. I'm sure you hate Mr. Bungle, Ralph.
With all the thrash guys.
Hey. It sounds like SOD, but then Mike Patton comes in and makes it suck. I don't like that. I don't like that shit. That shit.
You like the music, you just don't dig Patton.
Music was good. It reminded me of SOD. It was them copying SOD, really.
Yeah, when I heard it, I just loved it. I mean, I like Patton though. So I mean it was easy for me, but that one really, really worked for me. And another kind of cool thing, they did a really badass Van Halen cover with
that was amazing
video. That, and it was the same thing over the it was over the pandemic. They did Loss of Control. It's like maybe the best Van Halen cover I've ever heard. They do it so perfectly. Patton even sings it just like Roth.
Oh, I agree, but I'm like you. I love Pat. Patton makes Eric Adams sound like fucking Tom Waits.
Yeah,
You know.
right. Eric
Yeah,
Adams.
but I think thrash in general, singer can really dictate if you like the band or not. I mean, it
Oh,
really does.
I agree. I would say like a band that Ralph loves, uh, Violence. I like musically, sonically because of fucking that guy's voice. I cannot stand it. Except I like the last. I like the one they did with Bobby Gustafson, that EP. I thought he sounded a lot better,
You didn't
but
like
that was a prime example.
like the first Violence because you grew up in an era where it was fucking, your home videos of Kiss and you were raised on shit, and then you grew up and you still got a shit attitude toward a lot of music.
I'm just saying I like, but some shit I grew into. Like prime example, Overkill. Couldn't stand the first time I heard it because of Bobby Blitz. Now they're in my top 5 thrash bands of all time. And I love Bobby. King Diamond, the same way. First time I heard King Diamond, couldn't stand it. Now I love King Diamond's voice.
Yeah.
I have not come around to what's the dude from fucking Violence?
Who cares?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I was
You
the
do.
same way with King Diamond. The music was so good that it kept me around long enough that I got used to his voice and eventually loved his voice.
First time I heard in 1982, this guy came in with the Merciful Fate EP. And the first thing you hear, other than the amazing, crazy solo during Corpse Without a Soul, but when King comes in, Satan, I've never heard anything like it in my life. And instantly I became a fan. I was like, this is something, that EP literally changed my life. And I told him, because he bought it at an import shop, and he said they had another one. I didn't have a car at the time. I was like, please, dude, can you take me to the record store? I need to buy it. And this was before Melissa came out. I got King Diamond like that. Like the second I heard it, I was like, this is the greatest shit ever. And I never thought in a million years it would ever become popular. One, there's a naked chick on the cover. Two, every song on it is Satan this, Satan that during the Satanic Panic era. This will never get exposure, ever. And look, now they're legendary.
Right, but I mean, everybody makes fucking mistakes. I mean, you thought Fair Warning sucked the first time you heard it, so you're not immune to making a mistake,
I hated ABBA. I hated the Bee Gees. I hated all that shit as a kid.
Yeah,
I love it. So yeah, I'm not saying same thing with you. I'm just describing you. I'm the same way, but it's music that's awesome that I finally realized.
I get it. I totally get it. But no, this Nefarious, man, I hope it takes off. I mean, it's going to take off as much as thrash music is in 2025. But I think a lot of people who were disappointed by Category 7, if they give this a chance and they love classic thrash music, and I think the secret with thrash and the secret with music in general, I think, is poverty and struggling. I think that's when you get your best music, man. When these fuckers, I don't care what band it is, when they get rich, they lose that drive. And these guys that are in Nefarious are guys that were in bands that never really made it big. There's a little bit bigger names in Category 7, and it just sounds thrown together, Yeah, with thrash, you need fucking, I don't know, you need that like angry, pissed off, like, I don't know how I'm going to pay rent kind of fucking attitude. And to me, it comes across in the music. So anybody who heard the first Nefarious track, check out Master Plan. I think you're going to dig it. And I love seeing Keaton from fucking Hyrax, man. He's just still bringing it. He's up there gray-headed as fuck, man, and just delivering like a motherfucker.
He was on my show. He came on
my
show.
Yeah. Super awesome guy.
I've known him forever. I've known him for about, I don't know. And I've been into Hyrax since the 80s, really.
Yeah. And Hyrax was one of those bands I always heard of, but I never checked them out till maybe
You were watching Kiss Animalize live while I was listening to Hyrax.
Oh no, you're absolutely right. But I knew of them, but when I checked them out, I got it right away. That's one of those. I was already in a good
Well,
headspace for
that's
thrash.
odd because Caton has a voice very similar to Sean Killian. Very similar. They're both abstract, you know?
Well, I would say they both sing, but Keaton's good.
No, you're moronic, dude. You don't know what you're talking about. Somebody's
Okay.
got to say, and look, and this goes out to all the Ian fans. Fuck you. I don't give a fuck. You know?
I will say this, probably I would give Violence the nod musically, but I would give fucking Keaton better vocally.
Blah, 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 blah.
Bah, 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 bah.
What's the next story?
All right. Let's see. Sammy Hagar, fuck him. Jason Bonham bitching about Sammy Hagar. You've done some videos on this shit lately that I haven't got to see yet because there's so goddamn many. So I've seen there's like videos on the internet where Sammy's trashing fucking Jason Bonham, and Jason Bonham's kind of trashing, Hagar. What have you learned from all the videos that you've done, Ralph? What's the deal there? Who's the dick?
Well, we know who the dick is.
Right.
But no, it's not. They've been bashing each other back and forth. That's not the deal. What it is that Sammy, being the bullshit artist he is, a fan called them out and said, "Hey, you bitch about what Van Halen did to Gary Sharon, really, Michael Anthony, but you did the same thing to Jason Bonham." And Sammy, being the bullshit artist he is, listen to this philosophy he has. He goes, "That's not true. I didn't kick Jason out of the band. His mother was ill, and we got Kenny to fill in for him. And what do you want me to do? Kick out Kenny now?" It's like, yeah, but Kenny's a fill-in. This Jason Bonham's been with you 10 years. I mean, that was his reason of thought. Like, I'm not gonna be a mean guy and throw out Kenny because Jason wants to come back.
So ridiculous.
And Jason just which I got to do another news story about this. Jason just came out saying, "Yeah, I was pretty pissed he kicked me out, man," which he did. And he's trying to play it off like, "No, Jason's mom got sick and I got Kenny and I'm not going to kick Kenny out." Yeah, why don't you just say the truth is, I'm not bringing him back. I'm not bringing Jason Bonham back because I'm Sammy Hagar and I'm a bona fide piece of shit.
I'm just glad fucking John Bonham's dead and didn't have to see his son play with Sammy Hagar.
But poor Ringo Starr, he's got to go through this shit.
How hilarious is it watching Alex just like mind fuck Sammy to death by ignoring him?
Badly. I mean, Sammy, like he always tries to say, I don't want to go to the grave. I want to make and this whole Eddie Sammy shit, it's bullshit. It was
Never happened.
It was probably Eddie just trying to be nice. Yep. And even Sammy admitted it was only text messages. But my point is that fucking him saying that he doesn't, "Oh, I'm so happy I made up with Eddie, but I want to make up with Alex because I don't want him to go to the grave hating him." Well, what does he do on that thing where the fan called him out? He goes, I'm not gonna kick Kenny out of my band. I'm not Van Halen. That's how they do it. Another jab at Eddie and at Alex. This is out there. I don't want him to go to the grave. Then another jab. And David Lee Roth is another thing. Oh, I don't hate Dave. He's on Howard Stern. Howard Stern's the biggest idiot, by the way. I used to love him. But Howard Stern is like, he's telling Howard Stern, "I don't know what Dave's problem is with me. I have no problem with David Lee Roth." And then every other interview, he's bashing the guy.
Taking shots at him. Yeah.
And where Dave is not saying shit. Oh my God. Dude, I get so pissed. I feel like Eric RMCP when you mentioned Silent Lucidity.
I
Since I
thought this.
saw you guys last, I saw DLR at the M3, and I'll tell you, quick review. I already told Ralph this, I think maybe on a side conversation, but I went in very skeptical. I mean, I'm realistic about what Roth is nowadays. You know, I saw the 15 tour several times, and I was fully ready for him to just go away. It's huge Roth. I am a Roth army guy. I mean, I am Roth loyalist, but I was scared. Like, me and my buddies were like, what the fuck is this going to be like? Like, is this necessary? Like, why does he have to do this? We were going to the festival anyway. But he like surprised the shit out of all of us. We were 2 songs in. He finished Girl Gone Bad, and we're all looking at each other like, holy shit, like, they're fucking great. The band is great. The background singers he had were fucking awesome, filling all the holes. The set list was great. I was really pleasantly surprised. Really pleasantly surprised.
I got my. Awesome. I'm going to go see him. He's playing the Hard Rock here.
Yeah, I'm going to see him up in somewhere up in one of the casinos in the middle of Pennsylvania in August.
Yeah, but I was really happy. Nowhere near me, but I'd go. You know, fuck it.
I was just happy for him, man. He was strutting. He was like, you know, just, and the crowd was eating it up too. You could tell going in and just listening to people talking that there weren't a ton of people that were like dying to see the show. It was more like curiosity. But like once he started playing, the crowd was great and they were into it from start to finish. He was like the highlight of the weekend. Everybody was talking about him.
And ain't it funny how David Lee Roth is going out there playing just David Lee Roth? Where Sammy Hagar, it's like tribute to Van Halen. Where Dave plays nothing but Van Halen, yet Sammy throws in the, you know, I can't drive 55 crap and shit.
I think that Sammy's whole thing is probably what led Dave to do the full Van Halen set. But, you know, I would have loved to have heard a couple solo Dave songs, but it was a great set list, man. It was really cool.
Well, on a side note, Sammy just came out and said that he went to Gary Cherone in a dream and taught him the lyrics to More Than Words. You know, that happened, you know, so blame him.
And last note on M3, the Ratt thing with DeMartini and Piercy, good, not great. DeMartini played his ass off. I'll say that. That's the thing I was paying most attention to, because the last time I saw them, he was sloppy as fuck for some reason, but he was really, really good. Cavazo was really good. Even Blas Elias, the old Slaughter drummer, did a nice job. But Piercy's just such a mess now. You know, like from song to song, one song he'll sound all right, and then the next song he'll just flat out ruin. Stage banner of all time, and he's never been good with stage banner.
I kind of look at Piercy though the same way as Roth.
Yeah, it's similar, but Roth has personality.
Even if it's bad, I don't care. I like the voice. I love the fucking songs. Get caught in the moment if you're live. If you want to hear perfect, listen to the fucking record where it's fucking quadruple fucking tracked by Beau Hill. But live, it is what it is, you know. I would rather hear songs I want to hear.
Agreed.
Like, do your best. Do your best, you know what I mean? It's like, I'd rather hear that shit than fucking Sammy Hagar on his best night hitting every fucking note of shit that I can't stand, you know?
I was just happy to have DeMartini on a stage again. He's one of my favorite guitarists from that era, and it was good to hear him playing really well.
Oh, yeah. But my thing is, like, at this stage in the game, at their age, stop bullshitting around. Get Blotzer, get fucking Crucier and Cavazo, and fucking do it. Don't fucking half-ass do it. Do it full-blown. Make it Ratt. And the great thing about, you know, fucking Crucier, is excruciating as it is to watch that motherfucker play bass, his background vocals.
It's a big part of their sound.
Yeah, yeah, they cover it up, so whatever. But I tell you what, if they came near me, I'd fucking go.
Yeah, it was a fun weekend.
Well, right on. Let's see what else we got going on here. Blah 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 blah. Blackie Lawless says he has no plans for an acoustic Wasp album, but never say never. Let's hope that never fucking happens. That's the last thing I need to fucking hear. God damn. Blackie Lawless. Oh, also, there's a story of Blackie Lawless is getting ready to write an autobiography. And I think that will be rivaled only by Sammy Hagar's book about how he did everything himself. And I mean, what a douchebag. I love Old Wasp, and I still think Blackie sounds good. And I think Blackie has an amazing voice, but as a human, what a fucking D-bag, you know? Everybody knows it. He's a fucking douche. He's like Nikki Six level douchebag.
Definitely.
And he doesn't even have Nikki Six level talent. That's what's really sad. That's scary. But I like the first four albums. What else? Kelly Hansen is gonna give up fucking Foreigner. I think Foreigner needs to give up fucking Foreigner.
Seriously. I mean, just call it a tribute at some point. I mean, there's nothing left.
Yeah.
Lou Graham is Lou Graham doing some songs on the tour they're doing right now?
Lou Graham joined they did a South American show, and they got some other dude from South America. They got their own little fucking, journey dude from fucking some third world country singing for him and shit.
I mean, Kelly Hansen was perfect. I mean, he did those.
Oh, dude, I saw him with Kelly Hansen, and he sounded fucking amazing.
That guy's still got a great voice.
But there was something, like, when I saw he was missing all these shows and they're playing without him, like, something's fucking rotten in Denmark. Something's going on here.
Hilson's still cashing that fucking Foreigner paycheck.
Fucking A right he is.
And I when I was a little kid, when the first Foreigner album came out,
yeah,
Cold as Ice, all that shit, it was all right. I didn't hate it. It was all right. But when I heard Star Rider,
love it.
I ran out and bought that album. That's still my favorite Foreigner song. Then
talk about the cassette era. The first two Foreigner albums, I wore those two out on cassette.
Yeah, I bought Double Vision. Then I got in my collection Head Games and Foreigner 4, which I didn't buy. That's the one classic rock band I really don't go back to. I don't hate them, but I never seen them with Kelly Hansen. I've never seen Foreigner after I saw the Foreigner 4 tour, and that sucked. That was at the Orange Bowl where Ozzy was supposed to open, but Randy died a day before. I went to that show. That show ended at 6 o'clock. Not one mention of Randy Rhoads by any of the bands. It was fun. It just left a terrible taste in my mouth. Lou Graham, what he does is a young man's voice. You can't get an old man to sing Lou Graham. You just can't.
In his prime, he had a great voice.
But it was a lot of power he used. Like, listen to Urgent. The notes he's hitting on Urgent is ridiculous. There's no way an old man can nail that shit, So he's doing like a few songs, which, rightfully so. He'll probably go up there and probably do Hot Blood or something that's not too, crazy on the voice. But yeah, I love Styx, Ian. I love Journey. I love REO Speed.
REO, yeah, that's all the stuff I was into in the early 80s. I love that stuff.
Shit, I always liked way more than Foreigner. Way more.
Yeah, Ralph, let me ask you, what did you hate about the Foreigner show? Did they just sound like shit live or just the songs in general?
No, they sounded like they didn't want to be there.
Going through the motions kind of thing?
Going through the motions show, it really upset me so much.
Yeah, that'll turn me off quick. If I see a band where you can tell they don't even want to be there, I'm done with them.
After that, I was like, fuck Foreigner. Let me tell you, if Ozzy wasn't opening that show, I wouldn't have gone. I wouldn't. And that's Foreigner at their height. They're headlining the Orange Bowl. This is them at their biggest. I didn't give a fuck. Jukebox Hero, whatever. It was all right. I didn't think it was bad, but it's no fucking Miss America, man. Or Riding the Storm Out, shit like that. I like some meat and potatoes rock and roll. And that was a little fluffy. Not bad, but fluffy. You know, I was doing a track by track the other day. It hasn't come out yet. And I'm sure you guys know. He asked me to do a track by track of a band called Warrior Soul. You know Warrior Soul?
I've heard of them.
Heard of it, but don't know it.
All right. Well, I listened to the record to do this track by track. And it was like, you know, it's not my thing. I don't like this. But the other day I was very curious about this new band called Falling into Reverse.
Ugh.
I watched some, I don't know what they sound like. So actually the first video I put on, I think the song was called Ronald. Started great. I was like, wait a second, this is pretty damn good. And then he started doing these guttural death metal vocals that doesn't match. And then on top of that, some famous rapper that I don't know who it is comes out in the video going blah, blah, like real fast rapping, blah, blah, like what Eminem does on Rap God, blah, blah, you know. And I'm like, my God, Warrior Soul is the Beatles compared to this shit. You know what I'm saying? I may not like Warrior Soul, but at least they were meat and potatoes rock and roll. Where this shit was fucking, I don't know, man. But here's the thing. I could talk about till I'm blue in the face how much shit like this sucks. It doesn't matter because I'm old. My time has passed. This is young person's music. Young people like shit like that. And I accept it because I know what it was like being into Iron Maiden and Judas Priest and having old fucks tell me it sucked. It sucked to you, but the shit rules to me. And that's how young people are today. They'll hear me bitch about Falling in Reverse. They're like, yeah, it sucks to you, but I love this shit, you know? Because these are kids that were raised with techno, new metal, you know, like exactly what Ian was saying. Well, I was raised by this and that, and you grew up to like that. These people grew up with new metal and techno and shit like that, and now they like shit like Falling into Reverse.
Yeah, we're not supposed to like that.
It blends everything. It blends metal, it blends hip hop, it blends industrial, and all. And that's the band that couldn't play a show because they lost their laptop.
Yeah, he's the guy that he's been involved with some metal guys because he got into it with Sebastian. And did you hear this whole new thing with him and Tommy Lee's wife?
Yeah.
It wasn't actually him, as a fake, but like he's involved somehow with a bunch of these old metal guys.
He likes
it's like
he likes
kids that I work with. If they like, first of all, most of the kids I work with aren't even into music like we were into music. And the ones that are, they like shit like Sleep Token.
Yeah, Sleep Token.
And I'm like, what the fuck is that?
Exactly, but it's because your time has passed, Ian. Get it.
Yeah.
You know, we can bitch about that, but as far as them liking it, they have every fucking right. They are right, and I'm wrong. I'm sorry. I'm not so egotistical where I think you should like what I like. No, that's to me reminds me of my youth. Older people telling me what I like sucks. Fuck that. I don't want to be one of those Moby Grape fans, you know?
No, I mean, we don't have to like it, but it's their shit. It's
their
that generation's shit.
You know,
And for those of you
passionate about it as we were about our shit.
exactly.
For those of you who don't know Sleep Token, that's what New Ghost sounds like.
No, I disagree.
Yeah, fucking horrible. That's what the last 4 fucking Ghost records have sounded like.
I'm not a big fan of the last album. It's got a couple songs I like, but it sounds nothing like Sleep Token at all. If anything, Falling to Reverse is a little more their speed.
Well, I'll tell you what's even worse than fucking Sleep Token. Did you listen to the new Styx song?
Yes, I want to talk about this.
Please do.
I fucking hate that singer, dude. I hate him. That guy's voice annoys me to no end. It's like he's trying to be like, hey, look, you know, it's kind of like he's doing a voice where, look how talented I am, where he has no soul in the music. It's just showing off shit. Unlike Dennis Young, who's a real fucking singer. And the song was half-assed. The video was ridiculous. Did you see the video?
Yeah, it looked like fucking like a sci-fi version of Dune.
It was total. It was total AI. We're
Oh
all
yeah.
like band members, but that didn't look like Tommy Shaw. That looked like somebody trying to look like Tommy Shaw. But it was a terrible video, a terrible song, and the worst thing about that song is the vocals. I can't stand that dude's voice. I
Oh,
hate
it's so bad. So
whatever.
bad.
I don't even care what his name is. He sucks.
All right. Well, here's something you might be interested in this. Did you see there's a new deluxe edition UFO coming out of No Place to Run? Is that
Oh God,
is that an album you like?
dude, that's my favorite album without Michael Schenker. Oh, I got
Okay.
it. I definitely got to get that. I didn't know about that.
Okay, yeah, they got it. It's an expanded, remastered reissue on double CD and triple vinyl.
I was
Uh,
hoping. I was hoping it was going to be on CD because dude, I'm really starting to dislike vinyl now. You know,
yeah.
I'm grabbing a lot of my vinyl that I have on CD and I put them somewhere else because I'm never going to put on those vinyls. I'm always going to play a CD unless it's some old analog shit. I'll only play the vinyl of that. But
Well, if you're interested in this one, it is the 1980 album remastered, and then it comes with a live show from that tour
very
from
cool.
England.
I'm definitely getting the CD.
All right. Let's see. Anything new? Not to worry this shit. Here's something I'll let you talk about, Ralph, because you made a video on this, and I got to take a piss. But Dave Mustaine said he wrote all the albums that made Metallica, wrote all the songs. Speak on this.
I saw this.
David thinks such a jackass. He said he wrote the songs that made Metallica famous. Metallica got famous if you really want to think about it on the Black Album.
Yeah.
Let's look at the songs he co-wrote. All right. All great songs, don't get me wrong. Like
I love them.
Jump in the Fire, Phantom Lord, Metal Militia, Ride the Lightning, Call of Cthulhu, and he claims Leper Messiah. Those songs did not make that band famous. If you want to get technical about it, all right, let's go back to Kill 'Em All. The biggest songs on Kill 'Em All, hands down, is Whiplash and Seek and Destroy. He had nothing to do with those. The biggest songs on Ride the Lightning are For Whom the Bell Tolls, Fade to Black, and Creeping Death. 3 songs he had nothing to do with. And I think every song on Master of Puppets is more popular than Leper Messiah. Leper Messiah is a badass song.
Love
But
it.
it's kind of my least favorite. I like every song more, but I still love it. But come on, you made Metallica famous with songs that they didn't take off really till 1. Master of Puppets was the groundswell.
Yep.
That, but dude, Injustice for All, they were opening for Vangina, Scorpions.
They were opening up for Dokken.
Yeah. They weren't famous till, and then 1 got them some exposure.
Yeah. That was the first time they became mainstream.
Yeah, but it wasn't like the Black Album. It still was the heavy underground core. Now, I'll never forget this idiot called Frank, which we are total enemies now. He back then, he goes, oh, he didn't even call it thrash. He's like, oh, you like that trash metal like Metallica? That shit's noise. That shit sucks. I go to Injustice for All tour, I see him.
You knew it was over.
I went right up to him. I go, what the fuck are you doing here? No, man, I like 1.
Hey, I got to show you guys before you cuss too much. My granddaughter just drew this for me.
Oh,
just like an art project.
What the hell? Goddamn, time is flying.
She's looking out the door right now. Thank you, Avery. I appreciate it. Go back with Grandma.
How old is she?
She is 6 years old.
That's amazing how time flies.
It really is.
I thought she was 0.
Ralph, you know how bad time flies? My youngest of 4 kids just graduated high school today. I'm an old fuck.
That's nothing, man. One of my kids that I abandoned, he's 43 and living in the streets.
His name is Ruben De La Rosa, and I love that guy.
He sucks cock for cigarette butts, my son. I'm quite proud of him.
No, but Ralph, getting back to what you said about, those songs that he did write, which I love every one of them. But listen, I mean, he was in the band for what, a year? And like you said, I mean, I was at a Metallica show last weekend. And if any of those 5 songs that he mentioned, they started playing, 3/4 of the audience would look at each other and be like, what the fuck is this?
Right.
Meanwhile, I was actually thrilled because I went to the second night in Philly where they played literally half of Ride the Lightning. So I was thrilled. One of the better set lists I've seen of Metallica. So I got the right night.
Well, I would say, with what he said, as much as I hate to admit it, I agree with it. I mean, like, Metallica without Mustaine's contributions is like, Kiss without what Steve Brown did. And just like Mustaine should have been inducted with Metallica, Steve Brown should have been in there. Oh, this Vinnie Vincent saved Kiss. No, Steve Brown saved Kiss.
Peter Criss is the one that saved Kiss.
I can't wait for Ace's second album written by Steve Brown.
I can.
Yeah.
I can wait.
It's going to be Origins 4, the Steve Brown years. I can't wait.
Oh, man, that last album was so... And I'm an Ace guy. I liked the 2 albums before it.
You even like more of the recent stuff than me and him.
Yeah, I did. I liked a lot. I didn't like Anomaly, but I liked everything after Anomaly. Shit,
I might be the only guy on the planet that likes Anomaly.
Yeah, I hate that album.
Ugh.
I don't like all of it, but I really like about 2/3 of it.
But that last one, oh my God. And there's a song on there that is so awesome. I think it's called Run for Your Life or something like that. That song is awesome. Dude, listen to that song. And I was listening to it the other day because that's the only song on that album I put in my iPod and it came on my shuffle. And I'm listening to it and I go, you know what, man? This is AI. It's total AI.
I know the one you're talking about, and his voice does not sound...
Yeah, exactly. His voice sounds great. It doesn't sound that monotone sound. And the music, too, sounds a little too spot on. It rules, though. Ace is awesome with AI.
It kind of sounds like if you played Ace's stuff from like the mid 80s to early 90s into AI and said, make a song that sounds like this. That's what it sounds like.
Like Dolls?
No, I mean the good stuff from that era.
As opposed to the bad.
Hey, do you mind? I want to do a plug.
Okay.
Hey, everybody.
Yeah. You sound like Ace. Hold on, I'm going to plug something.
Yeah. No. It's the other way around. Hold on, plug me. All right. I want to do a plug. Everybody out there, check out the Seven Dust of Podcast, the Freeform Rock Podcast.
Oh, God. Well, let's see. Sammy Hagar's favorite punching bag, Jason Bonham, is expanding his Led Zeppelin 50th anniversary celebration of physical graffiti. Have any of you guys ever seen his Led Zeppelin experience?
No.
I saw it once.
No, and it always plays here because Jason Bonham lives down here. And he's always playing the hard rock with his Zeppelin Experience Band. And no, I've gone to none of them, though I would like to, but it's never been on my agenda. See, I have a thing about tribute bands, that you know what it is? I miss the days when I would walk out of a concert where I just saw a band that if I go see now is a tribute band. Like all the members are gone, maybe one member. I don't walk, like when I saw Quiet Riot, I didn't with Rudy Sarzo only left, and when Frankie Banali was only left. When I walked out of both those shows, I know I didn't just see Quiet Riot. You know, if I had a resume, and this is how I feel about Kiss Twats, you show your resume 20 years from now. This is when I saw Kiss. It's like, wait. You only saw him with Tommy Thayer and Eric Singer? You didn't see Kiss. And that's how I feel. I feel like I never saw, I mean, I've seen Quiet Riot. I saw the original Quiet Riot like 4 or 5 times. And 2 times in their heyday. So I know what I saw, and I'm not saying Quiet Riot's bad. They're a damn good tribute band. They're a tribute band. It's not Quiet Riot. And that's how I feel today. It's like music today, concerts. That's why I avoid going to concerts. David Lee Roth, on the other hand, hey man, David Lee Roth is big enough for one of those rare individuals that's big enough to be a whole goddamn band. You know, Diamond Dave is, you know, God. So, and especially now, like what Ryan said, and the footage I saw at that festival, he was awesome. I loved it. And I especially loved Boys to Men behind him.
No, they were great.
That was awesome.
They were great. And people that don't get that, like, do you not understand that, like, Roth literally brought, like, the Motown dynamic of lead singer background vocals to heavy metal, and that's what made Van Halen so fucking special. So different.
Oh yeah, the whole bada shooby wah shit. You know, it was the same thing. Like when I saw Van Halen, you know, minus Michael Anthony, when I saw them when they had Kool and the Gang open up, so many people were bitching before the show. Like, this is fucking terrible. How could they do this? When Kool and the Gang came on, even though it was like, you know, it was like the Quiet Riot version of Kool and the Gang. I think it was like, you know, the original bass player. But still, the crowd went crazy when they realized how many Kool and the Gang songs they knew. And the vibe, it was so much fun. I mean, people loved that shit, you know, when they actually just, you know, just sat there and listened to it. It was like, it was fucking great. But you saw the Bonham Experience. Is that something you would recommend?
Yeah, I mean, it's good. And I've seen a ton of Zeppelin tribute bands, and quite frankly, most of them suck.
Right.
His is worth seeing. I mean, the band's great.
I saw a Zeppelin tribute band called Led Zeppelin 2. I believe they were endorsed by Jimmy Page. They were fucking phenomenal.
Yeah, I've seen them. They're one of the better ones.
But I didn't walk out saying, hey, I just saw Led Zeppelin.
Well, I'm a little partial though. There is I don't see a lot of tribute shows. There's one Van Halen band that's local to me that I'll go see every once in a while. But the one band, and I preach about this band, and they're called Get the Let Out, and they're from the Philly area, but they tour all over the country. I mean, they play like 120, 130 shows a year easily everywhere. And what's so cool about them is I always describe them as they're like the Black Crowes playing Zeppelin. They don't dress up like Zeppelin. They're not a 4-piece band. They're like a 7-piece band. Yeah. That, like, the idea of what they're doing, and they say it on stage, is they're not trying to look and sound like Zeppelin did it live. They're trying to recreate what Zeppelin did in the studio. So they have enough hands. Like, one guy will play a mandolin on one song, he'll play a keyboard on the next song, and he'll play a third guitar on the next song. And the coolest thing about this band is you could see them 3 nights in a row, and you will see 3 completely different shows. They're like the Grateful Dead with switching up their set lists, and they play everything. I mean, they play everything. I've seen them like 12 times. I think there's only like 5 or 6 songs in the Zeppelin catalog that I haven't heard them play.
Well, by the way, I listened to every single Led Zeppelin song like a month ago. Remember in the 90s when they released that box?
Yeah, that was like when I became a real Zeppelin fan. I already knew them because my parents had their shit, but that thing like launched me to the like Zeppelin super fan.
Well, I bought that box, and then they released a second box that didn't contain the songs on those 4 boxes.
Right.
Plus 4 or 5 bonus tracks. I listened to all 6 CDs. But here's the thing: I haven't opened that box in years because I listen to Zeppelin albums, not no compilation. But I was in the mood for the compilation. When I opened the box, the little, I don't know what you call it, sponge-like thing,
Yeah,
that
the styrofoam type shit. Yeah.
all fucking falling apart because I live in Florida. I mean, that shit, I had to throw the box away. I still got the CDs and I kept the book, but that box was filthying my house.
That
You know,
sucks.
fucking. But anyway,
Oh,
to every goddamn Led Zeppelin song there was, I went 2 days listening to that. And I also want to talk about the greatest tribute band I ever saw in my life, hands down, was
Greta
a
Van Fleet.
was a band called Black Cat. And Black Cat, they played the whole Volume 4 record from Black Sabbath, and none of the songs sounded like any of the songs on the Black Sabbath album.
Yeah, I
They
remember you telling this one time.
yeah, they did their own spin. I did film some of it, and it's up on YouTube. Type in Black Cat, Churchill's Miami. They were fucking phenomenal. And they weren't a four-piece either. They had like 6, 7 people on stage. And they were just fucking, I was like, now this is a tribute band I can appreciate because I'm going to see a band play my favorite Black Sabbath album, but their way. And I know a lot of times if they change an album I absolutely love, I'm not going to like that. But these guys were special. They were from Chicago. And they were touring. But my God, man, I never saw a tribute band like that in my life. Every other tribute band I see are spot on with the classic stuff. These people just took it to another level. You know, it was great. It was me, Black Cat. I don't know what happened to them, but they were the best.
Oh, it's funny. I was going to go see the band we're going to talk about, the Beatles. There's a Beatles tribute band I was going to go see. And then I found out all they did was like, the George Harrison fucking songs. They're called Oasis. And I'm going to pass because they're charging a lot of money for that shit. And I'm like, no, I want to hear the good shit.
They're not even playing the good George Harrison songs I heard.
Yeah, no, it's all sitar.
And
All sitar all day.
like, God, George Harrison's got like 3, 4 good Beatles songs. You're not playing any of them?
Okay. Okay. What? One last story. Then we got to get in the fucking album we're talking about. But we did lose a rock legend, man.
Oh,
And I'm talking about Rick Derringer,
yeah.
the rock and roll hoochie coo. The guy. You know what? I don't know what's best. Is it rock and roll hoochie coo or Real American? The theme for fucking Hulk Hogan. I don't know. They're both fucking amazing. Rick Derringer, dude.
That's a classic album cover too. I think that album cover is great.
I played this the other day, with the day he died. I was like, oh man, I haven't heard this in ages. It held up quite well. This is a damn fine classic rock album.
Rick Derringer was awesome. And you know what, like, one of my favorite tributes to Rick Derringer was fucking Weird Al Yankovic. Because Rick Derringer played guitar on all those early Weird Al Yankovic albums. I don't know if you guys knew that or not, but
No,
yeah.
I did not.
No, I read that just since he died. I didn't know it before.
Yeah. Well, I knew that shit from the liner notes. And the funny thing is, like, before I knew, like, who really Rick Derringer was, I knew Rick Derringer from playing on Weird Al Yankovic albums and the guy who did the theme to Hulk Hogan, And then, of course, as I got older, the 70s Rick Derringer and everything. But, man, he had a sound, dude. He had a sound, he had a voice, and it's a shame, dude.
Rock and Roll Hoochie Coo is such a classic.
Fucking A, dude. I mean, that's from start to finish. That's just a great American rock and roll.
The guitar work in that song. Now, I hate songs. I really do. Where they sing a line, then they sing a guitar riff, then they sing a line, guitar. I hate songs like that. Rock and Roll Hoochie Coo is one of those songs. But that riff is so badass that it fits. Where other ones, I can't think of any songs now, but a lot of songs, that are like rock and roll. You could sing along. Knock me out. That shit's awesome. Where other songs, it's like a repetitive riff that sucks. Great song.
That song always reminds me of one of my favorite movies of all time, Dazed and Confused.
Oh yeah,
it's on that
great
soundtrack.
Hell yeah! All right, well that is the fucking news, and we're here today because Ralph said, "Let's do Rubber Soul," and
Revolver.
I had to let him. Well, no. Ralph said, "Let's do Rubber Soul." And I had to let him know we already did Rubber Soul. And then I had to let him know about all the other Beatles records we did. And so I sent him a list of all the ones we did. And he still texts me back, okay, let's do Rubber Soul. I'm like, I just text you. We already did that shit. He goes, okay, Revolver.
Hey,
and
on my defense, I was methed out that day.
That's all right. But now you picked this one, and it was funny because you picked this one. I was in a fucking metal mood. I'm like, let's do a fucking, I can't remember, like, I sent you last week. I was like, hey, here's 3 albums, we could possibly talk about. And you picked, like, the least metal one. I mean, you picked still a great album, the first Ted Nugent one. But I, picked, Sepultura, fucking Beneath the Remains, or Arise, and something else, and you went with Ted Nugent. I was like, oh, all right. All right, cool. I love Ted Nugent. And it's one of the ones I picked. And then this week, I'm like, oh, let's do some fucking metal. And you're like, Beatles, oh my God. And I was like, oh. And it's weird because I was in one of those, in my opinion, Beatles, greatest fucking band of all time. But fuck, I was in a metal mood. But, you say Revolver, how can we not do Revolver? And of course we had, I'm like, let's get Ryan fucking involved because he's the fucking Beatles master. But yeah, man, I don't know, Ryan, you might remember where this was in my fucking, echelon of Beatles albums, but it had to be in my top 5.
Probably have it on my computer somewhere here. Let me see if I can pull it up really quick. Keep talking.
But no, I love this one, and it's a lot of people. I think Ralph and I have even had this discussion, between Revolver and Rubber Soul, and I think Ralph, you lean towards Rubber Soul, if I'm correct.
Yeah, but they're pretty much the same albums.
Right, but I'm a Revolver guy. Between the two, I love them both. I mean, it's like fucking, picking best orgasms. It's like they're all fucking good. But I'm definitely more a Revolver guy than Rubber Soul, but still love them both.
I've always looked at him as and I remember hearing an interview with George where he said this. He said he couldn't even really distinguish between the two albums. He said he seemed like they were, they were just done almost at the same time, and most of the songs were all kind of written at the same time, so it kind of makes sense. I can't find that fucking list. Anyway.
No, that's fine. But I mean, I know it's up there. I think I probably picked.
I remember in the list, Revolver ended up 2 or 3.
Yeah. No, I know. It's like fucking. If I'm just thinking now, I know shit changes from day to day, but my top 3, I would probably say would be Revolver, the White Album, and Abbey Road. Love all of those, but this to me is very, very special. And it's funny doing research for this. For the longest time, people always consider Sgt. Pepper the quintessential Beatles record, but in the last 20 years, more people are leaning towards Revolver over Sgt. Pepper, and I would definitely take Revolver over Sgt. Pepper.
Definitely.
And I'll never take away the importance of Sgt. Pepper, but I'm just saying, from a listening standpoint, as a fan, this is one I would go back to more.
I think the whole thing with Sgt. Pepper is that it's a game changer. Number one, it brought in the album format. It changed everything, man. And this is a band that's been changing the world for years by this point, right? So when Sergeant Pepper came out, it was so new, so inventive. Paul wanted to invent a band so they wouldn't be the Beatles because they were sick of it. That album to me is pure brilliance. Other than that shitty George Harrison song, I love When I'm 64, Lovely Rita. I love the fuck out of that album. But yeah, Revolver I like more. I like quite a few albums more than Sergeant Pepper, but it's kind of like me saying my favorite bands is Black Sabbath and Merciful Fate. And they are my favorite bands. But I understand the Beatles are the best band. They may not be my favorite,
Right.
but they're better than Black Sabbath and Merciful Fate.
Right.
And in a way, I feel Sergeant Pepper is better than Revolver and this and that because of its unique, special originality. I think it is a better album. Like I think Rain and Blood is their best album, but I like the Metal Blade Years more. So Sergeant Pepper is kind of like their best album, but it's not my favorite Sergeant
Right.
Pepper.
And I kind of see, like, I think the Beatles had three game changers in a row because I think Rubber Soul was a fucking game changer compared to what came before. Like, holy shit, now you got Rubber Soul. And then Revolver was a step up. And then you got Sergeant Pepper. Like, holy fuck. And then you got Magical Mystery Tour, which while I love Magical Mystery Tour more than Sergeant Pepper's, I don't think it was as groundbreaking as the three before. I think they had three like bam, 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 knock down the fucking doors. Where Sergeant Pepper was just to me solid as fuck, but it wasn't like it didn't knock down the doors like Sergeant Pepper, Revolver, and Rubber Soul did. And not necessarily my favorite, but I think those three are the most like groundbreaking Beatles records. I really do.
After the Beatles started doing drugs.
Yeah.
I always said that the middle period is my favorite, but I'm telling you lately a very close runner-up is that early stuff. I love the early Beatles, the She Loves You and Me to You, Bad Boy, I Call Your Name. These are some amazing fucking songs. And then there's Abbey Road, of course. But yeah, I got the same top three as Ian, except I'd switch Rubber Soul or Revolver. But then the White Album and Abbey Road, those are the top three. Those White Album to me is probably the one I play the most because it's so different. Everything on that album, it's a mishmash,
Yeah.
And there's a few songs I don't like off it. And when Cry Baby Cry is over, so is the album because I'm not sitting through. I'm not sitting
Number
through
9.
Yeah,
Number 9.
I gotta sit through that to get to Good Night. No, it's time to turn off the record.
So, Ralph,
right.
I wanted to mention this to you. You remember when we did the Beatle Countdown Best Albums with Edwin? You had just gotten the U.S. box set. And like, I always knew the US versions existed. I owned like the first versions of Beatles albums I ever had were US versions, but I literally hadn't even looked at them or listened to them probably since like the late 80s, early 90s, because I just always got the newer versions and that's what I listened to going forward. And I was always listening to the UK versions going forward. But you doing the unboxing when we did that episode like made me like do this deep dive into the US versions, and it just like I was like, how the hell did I not even like remember any of this stuff? I like pulled out my old US Revolver version. I'm like, it's not even the same songs as what I've been listening to for the last 25 years, and I didn't even remember that. And I'm like looking, it was crazy, and I'm like, it was such a neat little experiment to just go down that road and see like which songs were on Revolver on the US version and which ones weren't. And I just hadn't done that. And
it was horrible.
I played all the American versions one day. I played them all. There's like 4 or 5 records on there. Yeah, I'm never playing them again.
No, the UK versions are better, but it's just so interesting to see that
I mean,
some songs that like US heard like 3 years after it had been released in UK and stuff like that. And
Same with the Stones. Yeah, it was fucking horrible.
one of my favorite Beatles songs is "I Just Seen a Face."
yeah,
It's not an opening song, and it opens one of those albums. I'm like, this
Yep.
isn't right. This just ain't right. It's not a good, opening track, but I would put it in my top 10 favorite Beatles songs ever. But as an opening track, no, man, it does not work. And that's how these albums are. There's a lot of songs on these albums that are from different eras of the Beatles on one to make it, and they put it on an album to make it sound like this is a new Beatles album. No, it's not. Some of it's old.
Yeah, a lot of it was. The Yesterday and Today was like the US album. They put out this like kind of a mixture of older stuff that was never released in the US, but then it also had like 4 songs from Revolver.
Three songs. Three songs
before it even came out. And like, again, that's probably something at one point, like, yeah, I definitely knew that, but I just hadn't thought about it or like studied it or looked at it in so long. And I like went on this, Edwin, if you ask Edwin about it, he'll laugh about it. I was in this like madman, like digging in and doing like these spreadsheets of where all the Beatles songs originated, where was the first time they were heard and all that shit. But anyway, it led me to buy, there was a new version of the Red album, that 63 to 65, I think it is, or 66, which is really cool because that was one of the albums when I was a kid, vinyl, I was listening to, because it had a little bit of all the albums. But they also added a third vinyl to it on that remastered thing that just came out like 2 years ago. So you just said, Ralph, you'd been listening to the old shit a lot. I've been listening to that a ton just because that's, first of all, it sounds great. But it's, as much as I love listening to the albums as they're recorded, those Beatles compilations, like especially like Past Masters or like the Hey Jude compilation, stuff like that. But it's also fun to listen to that Blue album and Red album because you just hear like these unbelievably classic songs from different albums, like on the same side of an album. It's kind of cool to listen to that on vinyl.
Well, the first Beatles vinyl I ever bought was the blue one.
The
I bought
66 to 60 or 67, 66 to 70.
I think I bought that in 1980, 81.
Yeah. Yep.
Very early on. But I wasn't a Beatles fan yet. And yet, like all my life, I would listen to a blue album. I enjoyed it. And then when I would hear songs on the radio, I liked all of them except for While My Guitar Gently Weeps. Fuck that song. But everything else I heard on the radio, I was like, man, I love the Beatles. I got to get more into them. But I never did until, I remember, man, it made the news. Like, oh, Sgt. Pepper compact disc. It was big news when Beatles were releasing their compact disc. By the time they were done releasing them, they had this box with all the records, a wooden box that fell apart on me, but it had the Beatles written on it. I bought that shit. I think it cost me like $100 in 1990, 89, which was a lot of money. And that's how I got into the Beatles. The way I really got into Beatles was having the discography. And I would listen to all those CDs all the time till it finally sunk in. All right, these are the go-tos. These are great. Yellow Submarine sucks, except for Hey Bulldog. And but I would put Please Please Me and Let It Be at the bottom. And I love With the Beatles and For Sale and Hard Day's Night. It's my favorite of the early
Sale,
stuff.
baby.
Yeah, For Sale. I love it. My favorite, though, of the early stuff was Help. Right when it was ending.
Incredible album.
Because Help already had kind of like you saw what was coming. There was a different sound. They got a little Bob Dylan-ish with You Gotta Hide Your Love Away. And they were changing their sound a bit. Ticket to Ride.
Yep.
And what wasn't the singles at that time like Day Tripper, and wasn't that around Help, Day Tripper? Or maybe
which is the one with Champagne Supernova on it?
Here, this one thing.
Oh
Go
my
ahead.
God. Oh my God, Oasis.
Now those were a couple years later, but I mean, it's all 65, 66. No,
Uh,
yeah, it's like a couple Day Tripper and was yeah, like 6 months after Help.
there you go. They were already changing at that point. But I mean, if you listen, the first two Beatles albums, Please Please Me and With the Beatles are insane. Already and Hard Day's Night. But already on For Sale, you saw a little bit of a change, you know?
Yeah,
Um,
I thought Help and For Sale were the two albums that you started to see them turn a little bit. I mean, I'm a Loser, No
yeah,
Reply. Those were different type of songs than what they had done prior to that. And it was hinting at what was coming with Rubber Soul. And I love both those albums. Help and I think Beatles for Sale is their most underrated album.
and I think Rubber Soul and Revolver are like the White Album. Well, no, White Album is even more diverse. Rubber Soul and Revolver are kind of like the same album to me.
Yeah, they're kind of like a double album.
It feels like a double album of
Always kind of paired their albums together. I always paired Magical Mystery Tour and Sergeant Pepper's. I always paired Let It Be and Abbey Road. And the way those albums were recorded, it makes sense to pair them. Like Abbey Road and Let It Be, all that shit was all basically written at the same time. Revolver, Rubber Soul, most of that stuff was written at the same time.
yeah,
Uh,
and Revolver
Sergeant Pepper's Magical Mystery Tour, most of that stuff was written at the same time.
and Revolver and Rubber Soul, they're that bridge. But man, when you get to Sergeant Pepper,
Yeah, that's when they just went nuts.
they went so drastically different than anything before.
Yeah.
Where
I mean, that's when they knew they didn't have to care. They were just going to do whatever the fuck they wanted to do.
Rubber Soul still had some of that hokey, earlier vibe on a couple songs, and
Yeah, yeah. I mean, even this album, even Revolver has
yeah,
some of
it has some, but Sergeant Pepper has none of it.
it. Mm-mm.
It's all different. It's all a different band. It's fucking phenomenal. That album is phenomenal. Day in a Life to me is the greatest Beatles song ever. What ends that album is hands down the greatest Beatles song I ever heard.
But let me say right now, if you don't smash that like button and subscribe, all we're going to talk about for the rest of this show is George Harrison solo tracks. I mean, that's why I'm covering his head right now. You see the Beatles who matter behind me. Is it Michael Anthony or George Harrison? Who matters?
And
It doesn't fucking matter.
we will be talking about the rare demos of Country Joe and the Fish.
Because it's
what country was it? Sri Lanka?
What are we fighting for? Don't ask me. I don't give a damn. Going off to Vietnam.
They're huge in the South Pacific.
I heard we're growing in South Africa is one of the biggest hot tuna podcasts.
Yes.
I'll be joining you guys for a hot tuna episode in a couple months.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hot tuna.
All the biggest hits from Jack Cassidy and Jorma Karkunen, or however the fuck you say his name is. All right. Well, Ryan, talk about Revolver and where did this fall into when you were getting into the Beatles? How'd this come on your radar? Was this an early one, a late one?
I'll keep this pretty brief because people could rewind to the episode we did about 6 months ago. But my dad, and it's funny, my dad was a massive music fan, but he wasn't a huge Beatles fan, but he was such a big fan that like he literally had everything they released. He just bought it out of kind of curiosity. He liked some better than others. But when I was like 6, 7 years old, my brother was like 9, 10, he just basically gave us all his Beatles albums. And literally that's what like ignited the beginning of my passion for music and just listen to that Blue album, which is the compilation from their second half of their career, and listen to Rubber Soul a lot, listen to Revolver a lot. My dad actually had Rubber Soul on 8-track, and my dad had an 8-track player in his Toyota Corolla, which was just super cool at the time. It's like 1979. Killing time while both the hosts are taking a piss. But yeah, that's my start to the Beatles. And literally, I mean, this is when I'm 6, 7 years old, and they've been my favorite band ever since. And I'm 52 years old today.
I'm right here. I won't be on camera, but we can still have a conversation.
All right, mix up whatever drink you're doing.
Yeah, a mango and green tea. Yeah, are you done?
Yeah, I mean, I told this story 6 months ago on the show, so I don't want to bore people with my person. But yeah, I mean, they're my favorite band of all time. I mean, you look my basement little music room I'm in right now, right behind me.
Your favorite band of all time is the greatest band ever. My favorite band, there's two. My two favorite bands are not the greatest bands ever.
Sabbath would be in my top bands, but just nothing's gonna ever top the Beatles for me.
I will say the day that changed everything for hundreds of millions of people was the Beatles on Ed Sullivan. And that took place, and I know the date, February 9th, 1964. 1 year before I was born. I was born on February 9th, 1965. That's why I'm 60 years old. See, I can do math. And I can tell you, man, you know, my first memory in life, I can't tell you what song it was. I can break it down to three. It was either 8 days a week, Help, or what was the other one? Oh, no, 8 days a week. I can't remember the third one. That was my first memory in life, looking up at a radio on a windowsill, playing one of those three songs. And I remember I was maybe 3. And I remembered, oh man, that's real. My first memory in life was the Beatles, man. It really was. There is a severe connection with me with the Beatles, with my birthday and my first memory in life. And then to go so many years as a casual fan, it doesn't really matter because I really became a full-blown Beatle nut in 1990, which is now 35 years ago, right? Yeah.
Isn't it funny how you like kind of felt like maybe you were late to the Beatles, and yet 35 you've been a fan for 35 years.
Now I don't feel late for the Beatles, but I also feel like, wow, I could have been enjoying the Beatles when I was like 15, because one of my favorite bands when I was 15 was ELO. And ELO, even John Lennon said it. ELO is the new Beatles. And they were. You listen to stuff like Can't Get It Out of My Head, which I worship that song. Jungle. There's so many Beatlesque songs.
Mr. Blue Skies. I mean, all their shit was Beatlesque.
I can hear the Beatles write a song like Turn to Stone, you know? But and then Jeff Lynne becomes John Lennon, really. In the anthology, it was those four. It was John, Paul, Ringo, and Jeff Lynne. They got, which was really wild, they got somebody in the Beatles in 96 that was better than George Harrison.
Well, he was one of George's best friends.
Yeah.
Well, so basically all I hear is, you know, Ryan and I were already into the Beatles while you were listening to fucking Crazy Nights, you poser.
Hey, Manowar or something, not Crazy Nights. Be truthful with my gayness. Do not.
I was trying to pump you up by saying you were listening to Crazy Nights and not gay ass shit like Manowar.
Yeah.
Let me give you one cool brag on being an early. I can't say I saw them live because they were dead before I was born. But do you guys remember Beatlemania, which was like a Broadway play?
Yeah.
I saw that like literally the second week it was running on Broadway in New York City. I mean, that's how big a fan me and my brother were. We lived in right near where you grew up, Ralph, in Briarcliff Manor, neighboring town to Terrytown. And my dad lived in the city, and me and my brother, we heard about the Beatlemania play, and we were like, you have to get us tickets. You have to get us tickets. And he gave it to us that year for Christmas.
Ryan, how old are you?
52.
Okay, so you're a year older than me. Do you remember growing up watching the Beatles cartoon? Because
Oh,
I did.
And
absolutely.
I saw that shit when it was new. You
But
know?
did you like it back then, or like, oh fuck this gay shit?
Oh no, I liked it. I loved the Beatles cart. That was another thing I loved as a little kid was the Beatles cartoon. And
Love that shit.
I got very excited when MTV rebroadcast it in the mid '80s. They started showing the Beatles cartoons. I have a bootleg DVD of every episode.
Yeah, I got him. I sent him to Jimmy James Schwartz when his son was a little kid. I sent it to him on a little USB, this little turtle USB, and he said his son watched those for years, and that made me so fucking happy.
Love
You
that
know,
guy.
yeah, love him. But I love that
He's
cartoon
a
as a
legend
kid.
on the webpage.
Oh yeah, legend. The legend of Jimmy James Schwartz.
Good dude.
Hell yeah. But no man, fucking Beatles. Revolver though, I would say, um, for me was late to the party on that. I would say, for me, I mean, I grew up loving the Beatles, but I would say Revolver when I got it as an album would be in the early '90s. Probably 91 when I mean of course there's songs I knew from this album, but as far as listening to it as an album in its entirety was probably early '90s. um, but it was quickly a favorite. But when I really got into Revolver would be my early drug years, much like the Beatles. I mean, this was wow. When you're first discovering, I already knew the Beatles, but discovering psychedelic Beatles and how good it sounded on drugs, you know, early '90s experimenting with the marijuana, you know, and then, shortly after to the LSD. Whew, what an album to do it to. Fucking great shit. Absolutely amazing. Um, but fuck it, man. Let's go into this because we're going long already, and we haven't even started this
Hours
fucking
we
shit.
haven't started it. We haven't started the album yet.
I know, I know. My wife and granddaughter are like, "You almost done?" I'm like, "We haven't even got the song one. God damn it!" All right, Ryan. Why don't you take the opening track, "Taxman"?
I mean, I could put this up for debate for being the best opening track of any Beatles album. I just love this song. Um, it's got piss and vinegar in it. It's starting. They're getting edgier. They've been through a couple years of like living in a fucking pillbox, and with four of them, and government's starting to take their money and all that stuff. And the lyrics in this are very pointed, man. They name names in this fucking song. But it's just it's a rocker, and it comes, for that era. I mean, you think about what year this comes out, and hearing that come out as an opening track, I mean, it's aggressive. It's fucking awesome. I love Taxman.
All right. Well, I would say I love this too, and this is definitely in my top. I would say top three George Harrison tracks. I mean, I just love this. It's no surprise. George is my least favorite Beatle, but again, that's like the least favorite blowjob that made you come. It's he's amazing. As long as that sitar is not in his fucking hands. Uh, but no,
Hey, I left my fly open.
hey, you dick. No,
Hey, hey, by the way, you want to see my dick?
yeah.
All right, check it out. Hold on. I got to do this intro. Okay, here we go. And look, I'm going to give you an impression of my dick when it gets hard.
Hey, I hope your joint's bigger than that, man.
I get really aroused. Oh, look at the thickness of that.
That's some girth.
That's
Yeah.
fuck, man. And hey, right here, you can suck on it, haters. Yeah, I'm
It's
nice.
like a tuna can, 2 inches long but 6 inches round.
I'm very nice to my haters. I'll let them suck my dick.
But yeah, no, Taxman, fucking awesome. And it is weird, like, opening track and it's not a Harrison or Lennon song, but George coming out. And I think this is where George comes into his own for better or for worse. But, opening up, it's definitely for the better.
Uh,
I think it's fucking amazing. Like I said, top 3 George Harrison tracks. Love it. What do you think, Ralph?
here's what I gotta say about this overrated Beatle. This is an amazing song from the overrated Beatle, but this overrated Beatle didn't really write this whole song. John Lennon claimed, and he was pissed how George Harrison gave him no credit on it. And also, that's Paul McCartney on lead guitar. You think the overrated Beatle can nail that solo? Get the fuck out of here. Great song, but it's more John and Paul for me.
Yeah. Well, that is interesting fact if you look at it. George Harrison says lead vocals, lead guitar, John Lennon backing vocals, rhythm guitar, Paul McCartney backing vocals, bass guitar, and lead guitar solo. But the true star is Ringo because he played drums, cowbell, and tambourine.
Ringo rules. There was a song. What song was it? By the way, look what I got. I got that. I got
nice.
That Revolver box set. And man, what was the song? There was a song on here I'm listening to, and I was like, my God, Ringo's really kicking ass on this. I think it was Damn.
I'll get to it. I'll get to the Ringo song on this album.
Maybe it was She Said, She Said. Maybe it was that one. But yeah, Ringo's amazing. All right, the next song is Eleanor Rigby. Now, here's there's like the first real extreme different Beatles song. And George Martin was the mastermind behind this. This song changed Ronnie James Dio's life. Ronnie James Dio, when he heard Eleanor Rigby, he said, wait, whoa. This is a song about, death and morose and graveyards, to this gorgeous classical piece. And that classical piece that's going on behind Paul is one of my favorite songs on the anthology where it's just no vocals.
Yeah.
That version of Eleanor Rigby without vocals, to me, is just as good as, well, maybe the vocals it's a little better, but not much. Eleanor Rigby is a total game changer. I mean, here they are, I want to hold your hand to, some old lady dying and the priest throwing dirt on her grave. And you do feel the sadness in the sound of the song and the lyrics. Oh, look at all the lonely people. It's beautiful, man. It is beautiful. But one thing, there is a lot of lonely people on the planet. Ian is a good example. Ian can't go without a girlfriend. There's a lot of people that need somebody because their life sucks. They're boring. I'm excited.
I need coattails.
I'm exciting. I love being by myself. I'm very excited, even though I do have a girlfriend. But you know what I'm trying to say. I'm not jumping a girlfriend, But I never ever feel lonely. I've never in my life have ever felt lonely. Ever. I never feel that way. I guess it's because of my music, what I do on my computer, on YouTube. I'm so busy that I'm so enjoying this.
You're never alone with a schizophrenic,
There you go. And I'm also schizophrenic. And I got, you didn't know I got Tourette's. I do. It flares up very rare. Fuck you, Ian! It flares up very, very, rainwater!
I have seasonal Tourette's. Like, it's a nice day out. Go fuck yourself.
Ah! The Cure sucks! Fuck you! Fuck you, Friday! I'm not in love!
Ryan, what do you think of Eleanor Rigby?
Yeah. Hey, I'm in the room, all right? It may not be on camera, but I'm in the room and I can share dialogue with you guys. She's going to be right over here.
Um, the thing that always just blows my mind about this song, and I don't know why, I'm a numbers guy and I get obsessed with this kind of stuff. And I was wondering at what point of the album I would enter this fact, but it's always amazed me that the Beatles made songs that sounded epic that were so fucking short. Like this song is an epic and it's 2 minutes and 11 seconds. Like, doesn't it say there's like 5 different like shifts and like, where is this going? And it's over and it's 2 minutes and 11 seconds. And like, you feel like you heard a hell of a lot more than 2 minutes and 11 seconds. I mean, it's just, they were brilliant in that. And like this fucking album, 14 songs, there isn't a song over 3 minutes and change, like 3 minutes and 2 seconds, 3 minutes and 1 second. 14 songs, not one song over 3 minutes, but there's a lot of these songs that contain more in those 2 minutes and 40 seconds or 2 minutes and 11 seconds than 99.9% of music that's been released ever since that was 7 minutes, or your fucking Iron Maiden albums where every song is 11 minutes, 8 minutes, 7 minutes, 6 minutes. Get to the fucking point.
Exactly.
And the Beatles did that better than anybody, and they did it without just shorting a song. It's not like the songs are like half-assed. They're 2.5 minutes, but they cover so much fucking territory. And this is the ultimate example. Ultimate example. 2 minutes and 11 seconds, where you almost feel like your life was changed after you listen to this fucking song. It's brilliant. It's all-time classic. I mean, it's literally up there with literally the greatest songs ever written. One of McCartney's best ever, and I worship it, and I will to the day I die.
Hell yeah.
I agree. I would put this probably top 3 McCartney songs. And it's amazing, like what you said about the time length. But you feel a lifetime of sorrow in 2 minutes and 11 seconds. And, I have a coworker who's, a few years younger than my son, and he doesn't like the Beatles. And he was telling me why he doesn't like the Beatles. He's like, you know what? I figured why I don't like them. He goes, but it sounds like songs written for 14-year-old girls. And I told him, I go, well, you're probably referring to pre-drug Beatles, where it's, I want to hold your hand. And, I saw her standing there and stuff like that. Yeah. I go, I get that. I go, but you got to listen to post-drug fucking Beatles, to get what they're about and to get, the musicality and what they added. So I could see like a new voice, saying, like, oh, they're just this. Yeah, because you don't know shit because you're fucking 30 years old and you're a kid. I can say that now. But no, it's absolutely fucking gut wrenching. I mean, this is a song, and actually, I would say this is the second saddest Paul McCartney song on this album, and that's saying something because this is like, wow. Every time I hear this, I feel something fucking emotional. It's like, especially as the older I get, I think the lyrics ring truer and more real, as you get closer to death, like, holy fuck. And there's a lot of people out there, I think even more so now, there's younger people out there like this, and these COVID babies that I work with who don't have interactions with people and who are very lonely. And God, what a beautiful and sad song at the same time. It's pure fucking poetry and a game changer. And this is like, Paul McCartney taking Bob Dylan-esque lyrics, but yet still having Beatle-esque melodies, like making it something for the masses, but a serious topic. I mean, it's fucking amazing. It's Eleanor Rigby. It's whew, it's a heartbreaker, but it's beautiful at the same time. Like I can feel joy in this at the same time as the sorrowness and um, the pain that I hear when I hear this. But there is beauty in it too. It's fucking amazing. Let's see. Oh, and this is one, I mean, this is basically Paul by himself. You've got John and George on harmony vocals, but that's it as far as, Beatles playing on this fucking song. But it's fucking amazing.
And one of the
Then we
cool
go.
things about this, like
Go ahead.
at this point, this is where like John and Paul's minds were kind of like wandering and they were thinking of different sounds and different ideas. And the great thing about George Martin is Paul could bring an idea in like this and say, like, I want strings on this. I hear violins on this. I hear cellos on this. Like, and George Martin's produced that shit his whole life. So he's
Yeah.
like, all right, you want that sound? I got it. And I'll bring in like the best guys in the world to play that shit. And this is a perfect example, Eleanor Rigby as much as any other song. I remember like always hearing this story about Penny Lane where he came in and said, I want that like this high pitch, and he picked out the piccolo trumpet to play on that. And like, who would have known that? Like only George Martin would have known that.
Right. Well,
That's why
I mean,
he was just as important as any member of the band. And it's just brilliant. Like, that McCartney could bring this idea and he could help him bring it to fruition, like achieve that vision.
well, an interesting thing here is they were going to use a different producer for this album. Uh, and they were going to go to Stax recording studio in the South.
Tennessee.
Yeah, and ended up using this and sticking with George Martin, but they said this was kind of a turning point where before they went to George Martin, like looking for inspiration and ideas, to where with this one they went to George Martin and said, "This is what we want, make it happen." And you also have, if I'm pronouncing his first name, because I know he spells it all weird. It's like he's English, but he's black at the same time. Is it Jeff Emmerich, who is the engineer on this? Is it Jeff?
I think that's right.
Yeah. He spells it all fucking weird and shit. But anyway, who's 19 years old at the time is engineering this. But they're expanding a new sound and doing all this shit. It's just fucking. It's amazing. And they've kind of given up on like, okay, playing live sucks. Nobody can hear us. This is what we're going to do. So we're going to take advantage of the studio. We're going to do all these tricks. We're going to do all this shit and try to make it work. And they had no, like, we have to worry about this. It's like, we're going to make the best record possible and we're going to expand what people are used to hearing. And it's fucking amazing.
Yeah, Ian, that's a really important note when you're talking about this era of the Beatles. Like, I don't think they would have made half these songs if they knew they were going on tour a month later.
Right. And a perfect example is the next song, I'm Only Sleeping. Oh my God, do I love this. And a perfect example of why Lennon will always be my favorite Beatle.
Yeah, right there. I gotta interrupt you.
Okay.
We are so in tune with the Beatles. Lennon is my favorite. George is my least favorite. But I'm talking Beatles. Solo, no. I put Paul above everybody solo-wise. But Lennon in the Beatles, as badass as Paul McCartney is, man, to write a song like Day in a Life or In My Life or Walrus or My God, I'm so tired.
Yeah.
Or Happiness is a Warm Gun. My God. I mean, that to me, I've said this before. John Lennon peaked on the White Album. Not saying what he did was bad, because I love Come Together. I love She's So Heavy. I love those songs on the last few Beatles albums, but they're still not as good as I'm So Tired or Sexy Sadie or Dear Prudence. I mean, Lennon was on the ultimate roll during that White Album. That's when he fucking. I'm telling you, his work on the White Album fucked him up. It was so good, he thought, oh, anything I can do is going to be gold. No, he never did shit as good as the White Album. And as much as I love, fucking that what's the name of the song? Bird Has Flown. Um,
And your bird has flown.
no, it's Kajaru Deva. Nothing's gonna change my world. What's the name of that song?
Yeah,
Love that song.
I'm having a total mind fart because I'm drunk. I know what you're talking about, obviously, but
I know it's in parentheses.
Jackaroo Day.
One that says the bird is flown in parentheses. Anyway, it's an amazing song, and I'll look for it now.
All right. But yeah, I mean, I'll say like, no, I get what you're saying as far as solo, like giving the nod to Paul. I mean, still, I believe the best fucking Beatles solo album was Plastic Ono Band. But
Across the Universe.
yeah.
Christ.
Not a big fan of that song.
I love
You know,
it.
we talked about earlier being old and drunk. That's one right there. I mean, when I was even 42, I would have had that title off the top of my head, and 52, done.
I love it.
But
I think that song's awesome.
Yeah.
But
Great song.
it's nothing like White Album's John Lennon. That's
Yeah.
But we talked about it when we did that Beatles countdown. Like when they came to the initial like writing sessions for the White Album, John brought like 17 songs. Paul had like 7. George had like 4 or 5. John was prolific during that period. He was just
and
writing.
Ringo had a flat tire, you know.
He was writing his ass off.
I like Ringo's song. What was it again on the White Album? I like that song. Don't Pass Me By.
Oh, I love it.
Love it.
it.
I love
But
Ringo rules.
no, going back to what I was saying though, I'm Only Sleeping. Fucking gorgeous. And again, at the same time I'm discovering, this album, I'm discovering Drugs. And what a great, smoke some fucking weed, drop some acid kind of a fucking song. The sound effects and everything in this, it's just fucking not a wasted fucking note, man. I mean, it's just fucking incredible. Very dreamy, very, I don't know. It just, I talk to younger kids that I work with, it's like, I grew up in a weird era where we not only loved like the music of our time, but we also loved our parents' music. We loved what came before. We didn't look at it as like, oh, that's old-timey music or shit like that. To us, old-timey music would have been like Frank Sinatra, Dean Martin, which I still didn't mind. But you know what I mean? Like our parents' music was still fucking cool. So I didn't have any of those preconceived notions like, oh, I can't listen to this. It's not cool. It's not hip. It's just like, it was all good, man. It was all good, man. Love this fucking track. What do you think, Ryan?
Love it. The one thing, like every time I do these reviews with you guys, I listen to these albums, just put like headphones on, isolate in, listen to, all the textures and everything. And every time I listen to a Beatles album, one of the things that sticks out to me is just Paul's bass playing, man. I mean, there's a really cool Apple TV series, I think, that came out a couple years ago with him and Rick Rubin, where they were like kind of breaking down Beatles songs and, like in the studio where they were like pushing the riser up and just listening to the bass and everything. And Paul was talking about like once they got around this era, Rubber Soul and Revolver, he just felt this freedom to not just play like the obvious bass line to songs anymore. He started like flavoring songs up a lot. And he's my favorite bassist of all time. And if you really just isolate, and I think you really started to hear it more when they did the original box set release what was it, 2008, 2009, whatever. That remaster really pumped the bass and drums up in the mix for Beatles albums. And you really started to hear how brilliant Paul was on bass. And this song isn't even like a dynamic version of that, but just like those little like breaks and do 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 do, keeping a line of the world going by my
window.
So cool. And you know, this is obviously a Lennon song, so like I almost feel like the Lennon songs, like that's where Paul was focusing more on the bass line, because he's like, I didn't write the song, so I'm gonna put my flavor into it by doing a really fucking cool, awkward, maybe not expected bass line on this. And it's a counter melody to the song and all that, but awesome song. 5 out
You
of
said
5.
Paul's your favorite bass player?
Yeah, he is.
Okay, that's weird because Rouse is Joey DeMaio from Man of War. He really likes that Flight of the Bumblebee shit.
But yeah, this is a great Lennon track. So cool. So, you know, and again, like just pumping up what they were doing in that Rubber Soul Revolver era. Was getting a little hippier. It was getting a little more psychedelic. Love this song.
Hey, Ian.
Yes.
I'm gonna rebut what you said about Joey DeMaio, but I'm gonna rebut in a way where I want you to guess who I am. All right, here we go.
Who are you?
Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Well, your favorite bass player is the guy on the Britney Spears album. Take that, you motherfucker. Now, don't say his name, but you know who I'm talking about.
All right. For legal reasons, I can't say it.
Yeah, for legal reasons. But on that episode, remember when you were saying, you know, he's
Son of a bitch.
He's into Phil Collins or whatever, and he goes, "Oh yeah, well your favorite album is Britney Spears. Take that, motherfucker." Boy, that's the greatest episode ever.
What you have a number on that episode? I want to go listen to it as soon as we finish tonight.
No, I don't.
It's one of the first 17, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, exactly. It was a very early one.
That's
Over 10 years ago.
Hoorah!
We only topped that show once, and that tape was lost when we did OU812.
Oh.
That was the greatest show we ever did, and it didn't record.
Never saw the light of day. You know what's funny? I jumped on board. I mean, I consider myself a somewhat OG early fan of you guys, but I jumped on like right after you had cut bait with him. So I went back and listened to some of that stuff, but like I knew you guys as just the two of you, and I'm happy for that.
Yeah.
No, but the greatest though, that was way after. That was pure Mark Eldon Taylor. That was the best episode ever.
I remember.
Oh, that was on a later episode.
Yeah, it was. I remember literally crying and trying to catch my breath because I couldn't talk.
It's
so much. I was literally crying. My stomach hurt, and I couldn't get words out because I was too busy fucking cracking up.
No, I know this might seem egotistical, but it would be like if the Beatles didn't press record on Day in the Life.
Yeah.
That's how that episode was. It was so. I'm not even joking. It was the funniest, like meanest, but funny. I mean, it was everything. That episode was lightning in a bottle. That's why we didn't even try to recreate it, because it was just perfection, and you'll never hear it. It was probably the best thing we've ever done.
That's a shame.
Yeah, it is. Honestly, dude, I'm not even exaggerating. Ralph will back me up. I mean, I've
heard you guys talk about it before.
Yeah.
I wish I could hear it.
We were like, let's do it again, and then we're like, we're never gonna capture lightning in a bottle.
Mm-hmm.
That show. If we it will not be as good.
Yeah.
Funniest thing I was ever involved in my life. You know?
Yeah.
And
it's a damn shame, man. It's a damn shame. All right. Well, Ralph, why don't you take the next song? Or are you still talking about I'm Only Sleeping?
I haven't even talked about it.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, I love it. The little, what do they call it? Xylophone? Is that what it's called? Ding, little bell thing that's in the song. It really takes me back to my early youth because that was the sound I would hear on cartoons when people go to sleep and stuff like that. And I could be wrong, and this is, I know, way before both your times. There used to be a commercial for cereal. Oh my God, what was the name of the cereal now? It wasn't Tricks for Kids, but I believe it was a rabbit as well. And it had that sound as well. But yeah, this is a song where you hear the bridge to Sergeant Pepper all over the song. It's got the let's do something different. Let's not sound like the Beatles. Let's just do something fucking bizarrely different. But not so bizarrely different that it sucks, like a song that somebody brought a fucking, what is that called? Sitar. That was different too, but that sucked. This is great. This is awesome. I love it. And it may be my least favorite John Lennon song on the album.
Wow.
Because this album, John is on fire as well.
Yeah, he is. This is one of his best albums.
Especially on the European version.
I will give the nod to Paul McCartney for this album, though, because my favorite song on this album is from Paul McCartney, and we haven't gotten to it yet.
Wow.
Dude, let me put it this way. I saw him play the song live, and I literally cried.
Wow.
I was so happy to see it. But I cried twice that night. This is like the sixth time I see McCartney, and this is the first time where he walked out on stage holding up his acoustic that I started crying. And then when he played the song we'll talk about later, I cried again. I was like, I can't believe he's doing this. But anyway, I love I'm Only Sleeping. What's next?
All right. Well, Ralph, why don't you take a song that makes the Holocaust sound like the 4th of July? Love to You. Or Love You Too.
I don't know why you said that, Ian, since you are a Holocaust denier, but
I can't believe it only happened once.
I wanna get off the subject for a second because I want to talk about one of the funniest things I ever heard in my life from the late great Norm Macdonald. Right? This is the best. He goes, the one, I'm not scared of any country on the planet except one country, the country of Germany. And then he goes, I don't know if you guys are history buffs or not, but Germany, back in the early 1900s, they decided to go to war. Who did they decide to go to war with? The world, right? And he goes, and you think that'd be over in 5 minutes? No, they almost won. And then 30 years later, and Germany goes to war again. Who do they go to war with? The world. And then they had that guy, Heike Schneika, Freike Schneika. I don't want to even dignify that guy's name. Anyway, after that, the world was like, hey, Germany, we noticed, you can't continue going to war with the world. I just thought that was the funniest shit ever. Rest in peace, Norm Macdonald. All right, now I'm just trying to avoid this next song. My God, this is why I don't see anything good about this. I hear zero talent. I hear yokel level shit. What the fuck? This whole sitar thing, and let me tell you, man, I listened to this whole thing. It has 2 versions of Revolver on here, but it also has this album. It's a double album. Let me take it out. Let me show you guys. It's a double album of different takes of the album. And there's like 4 or 5 takes of this song. And there's one take, it's only acoustic without the annoying sitar. It still sucked, but it didn't annoy me as much as with the sitar. And then like all the other versions were sitar. I think one was even instrumental. I was like, come on, man. This shit sucks balls. I'm sorry, man.
So, Ralph, is that an expanded edition of the 22 remix?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
that was like 2 years ago. Yeah, 2 years ago.
Yeah. It's got all the alternate takes and shit.
Yeah.
I got it.
Some of it's good. But none of it is as good as
Anthology.
But I gotta tell you, Dr. Robert may be a little better. Maybe a little bit. But fuck this song. Fuck it in the rusty bullet hole with a fucking sledgehammer. That's what I feel about the overrated Beatles song. And on Taxman, he had John and Paul doing some awesome shit. John and Paul left him alone on this one. This shit sucks. What do you think, Ryan?
Yeah, I am as big a Beatle nut swinger as I am. I am also able to say that, like, to me, there is no perfect Beatles album. Like, I think the Beatles were so far ahead of everybody else. I give them a little bit of wiggle room almost to say that, like, it's okay that they have 2 to 3 songs every album that I just don't like, because they were so far in front of it with everybody else. They were literally creating the wheel, that I give them a lot of wiggle room where other bands I would not. And this is an example. I mean, Harrison was starting to feel himself a little bit. He opens it up with Taxman, and obviously George John and Paul loved what he was doing with Taxman enough to lead it off for the album. But this is where this album gets a little over Harrison, and he was all into the sitar and all that shit because he had met the Maharishi or whatever it was. But don't like it. But again, there's 2-3 donuts to me on pretty much every Beatles album, barring a couple others, and this is one of them. This is one I just don't care for. Don't care about it.
The sitar thing. It's so annoying. It ruins everything. But the sitar Norwegian Wood, fucking amazing.
I love Norwegian Wood.
John Lennon, he played it. He played it for the song, where George Harrison is not playing it for the song.
George is still learning to write songs at this point, so you have to give him a little bit of a break, whereas Harris,
I gotta tell you,
John and Paul at this point are master craftsmen of songwriting, and they're finally starting to say, all right, George, we'll give you a little portion of the pie. And he hit on some points, and later in their career, I thought he did some really great songs, but early on it was rough.
I loved his first song. The first song he ever wrote, Don't Bother Me.
Oh, yeah, big fan of that song.
I love that song. And then I just thought they were mediocre at best. Was like, I Only Want to Dance with You. And
he was mostly doing covers after that.
Yeah. But some of those help songs, they weren't like horrible like later on, George Harrison.
Yeah, but they were nothing that stood out.
You're putting them against John Lennon and McCartney songs on that album.
Kind of unfair.
That's why I feel he's overrated. Like, a lot of those Beatles albums, like the worst songs are his.
Yeah.
And right here, this is an example. This is, to me, the worst song on the album. What do you think?
Oh, hands down the worst song on the album for me.
Well, here's the thing. Yes, it's the worst song on the album, but you cannot deny the influence of this song. I mean, this song has influenced, multiple albums like Kiss, Peter Criss's solo album, Music from the Elder, Metallica, Saint Anger, and Lulu. I mean, Man of War made a whole career based off of this. It
this
sucks.
song convinced Peter Criss that he was a good songwriter.
Yeah. This is fucking horrible. And again, to all those people who are like, like, oh, he's my favorite Beatle. Don't don't let those motherfuckers watch your kids, man. Don't let them watch your fucking dog. Whoever,
It'd be very sad. People that say that if they really did have kids, that's the saddest part.
yeah. This song, there's no defending this shit. This shit sounds like your balls. I'm sorry, not your balls. Your bowels after you've eaten Indian food. You know, that's what the dung 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 dung. Like you're fucking shitting out your intestines. That's what this shit sounds like. It's fucking horrible. George Harrison got cancer for a reason. Playing shit like this, that's karma. You want to talk about like, karma. Yeah, karma. Play some shit like this. You'll fucking die young. At least Lennon got hit by a bullet, Fucking terrible. Terrible fucking song. Horrible. And keeps this from being a masterpiece. I mean, you take this song off the fucking album, you'd be hard pressed not to put this like fucking 3 notches fucking higher. This shit's fucking terrible. Terrible. Oh my God. All right, what's next? Here, There, Everywhere. Love this fucking song. God damn. Uh, great lead vocals from Paul. Kind of takes it back to like, it's like older Beatles, but it's still newer Beatles at the same time. But you got Paul on double track lead vocals, rhythm guitar, bass, finger snaps. Lennon, all he does is finger snaps and backing vocals, lead guitar by George Harrison, background vocals and finger snaps. And Ringo on drums and finger snaps. A lot of finger snaps on this shit. But I love it. I love it. It's a sweet song, but it's Paul like being Paul. To me, doesn't hold up with the Lennon compositions on this one, but it's still a fucking beautiful song. It's a love ballad. That's what Paul does best. It's great, but to me, this is kind of a holdover from earlier Beatles, where a lot of the other album is moving forward to the future of the Beatles. But that's not a slam, it's just, it is what it is. But I think it's a great fucking song. What do you think, Ryan?
Quite simply, one of my favorite Beatles songs of all time. Again, 2 minutes, whatever, 20 seconds, I think the song is. It's just beautiful. It's Paul in this era, the Rubber Soul Revolver era, just wrote like, half a dozen of like the greatest 2.5 minute ballads of all time. And this is one of them. It's just so cool. It's so, it's not like there was a ton of stuff that sounded like this at the time either. I mean, it was, as much as I agree with you, Ian, it wasn't like, pushing the barriers as much as a lot of the other stuff on this album. It still was the next step for him, like songwriting wise, and like the lyrics are brilliant, and the little shifts in the songs are brilliant. And again, I'll say this over and over again, but it's just the coolest thing in the world to me about the Beatles is that they just have these tiny little 2.5 minute songs that give you everything that a great 5-6 minute song gives you in 2.5 minutes. And this is another great example of that. Every emotion, every feeling, every vibe that you want from a song in 2.5 minutes. You just want to go back and listen to it again. Ralph, what do you think?
It's one of my favorites on here. I love this song. Not that what I'm about to say matters, but a lot of people will take importance to it, but I don't. Is that John Lennon said that this was a great song. And John Lennon's very vocal about.
Yeah.
John Lennon hates John Lennon Beatles songs.
But he's not shy to say the Paul songs he hates.
Yeah, but he hates "Run for Your Life." I love that song. He hates "It's Only Love," which is one of my favorites off Help. He hates a lot, but yeah, Old Bloody and all that shit. But he said in an interview that that's the one Paul song he really loved, and I can't remember if it was either Simon or Garfunkel. One of those two said that was their favorite song of all time.
The harmonies are so cool.
Yeah, and very influential.
Ooh, like as he's singing, it's so cool. It's such a great like that. The whole like layout of that song is perfect.
And Paul sings like a fucking angel on it. And
Yeah,
Paul's one of those kind of Robin Zander types. Because
yeah, he can do 100 different voices.
Yeah.
you listen to this and then you listen to Maybe I'm Amazed. Listen to his vocals on that. I mean, it's polar opposite. He's screaming his ass off on this one, singing like an angel on this one. It's a fucking beautiful song. I absolutely love it.
No, I definitely agree on that, and that's something for anybody who's dumb enough to not realize the awesomeness of Robin Zander. That's something both him and Paul could do is like something beautiful like this, and then Paul could do Helter Skelter, where his screams are just like perfect, just like incredible.
Speaking
The guy
of Trick, loved the Charlie Hill episode. Great to finally see him on an episode. But
Yeah, because
I'm a cheap Trick, fanatic. So I love that episode.
we asked Charlie to be on an episode like a year or two ago, and he was like, "Nah, I wouldn't be good," but he was good when he came
He
out.
was great. He was great. And I mean, like I felt like I already kind of knew him like through the Facebook page and all that stuff, but like he was the exact guy I thought he would be. Like
and the fucked up thing, Charlie told me he won't even listen to that episode, and I'm like, you need to. You did great.
Yeah, he was great.
No,
Yeah, he won't listen to it. He said.
Maybe if he's watching now, he'll change his mind.
No, I thought he was great, and it was great to finally see this guy that I've I've gone back and forth with all these years, and he's one of the great guys on the RMCP Facebook page, and all these years I've always wanted to like see what this guy is like in real life, and I love him.
He's one of the greatest guys on the planet, really.
Yeah.
The guy is genuine. What a great dude. I love that dude.
Love it.
Yeah. And Danielle is coming soon.
Danielle's going to do an episode.
Yeah, she wants to do Man of War Sucks episode.
Yeah, I told them to do that without me because my ego is extremely frail.
Yeah. We're only doing re-recorded Man of War albums.
Okay, I'll join for that. I'd love to bash on that shit.
All right. Okay, so did everybody talk about that one?
Yeah.
All right. Well, Ryan, why don't you take the next one? Yellow Submarine.
All right. Yellow Submarine, I'm kind of torn with because like part of me understands like just like the historical significance of how like just fun this song is, and it really is just an all-time classic kind of song, but I just never loved it. It was always one of those songs, and you got to remember, I mean, very few bands in my huge like musical catalog that of CDs and vinyl I own. I mean, I'm a maniac music fan, so I have tens of thousands of songs. But like, much as I love the historical significance of the song, I just never liked the song all that much. Again, it's one of the beauties of the Beatles. They're my favorite band of all time, but I'll be the first to admit they have at least a couple songs on every album that I don't love, and this is one of them. But this is one of them where I can still listen to it, I can still appreciate it, and I love the historical significance of the song, even though I don't love the song.
All right. Well, I'll take it. This is one on paper that I should fucking hate. Um, but I do not. I do not. And I never get sick of it. There is just something so Beatles about this. And so I don't know how to describe it. I've always loved Yellow Submarine. I love the fucking movie. I love the song. I even like the soundtrack. It's like I love everything about this. There's something very British about this that I get, and like the whole sing along, and uh, even though like I knew the song before I knew Monty Python, it's like almost Monty Python-esque, even in the fucking, the cartoon and the visuals and the song. But this is one of those I don't know. I give a pass to. I dig it. Like there's so much like the way I see George Harrison songs are the way like a lot of people see like the Ringo songs as lesser than, or not. I'll take Ringo every day, any day, every day over fucking George Harrison.
Hell yeah.
I love fucking Ringo. And in fact, we're not there yet. But there's a song on here I think contains Ringo's best drumming, even though Ringo disagrees with me. He says another song on this album contains his best drumming. I disagree. I think it's another song on this album. I love Ringo. I love this song. Again, I don't know how to describe it because there's so much shit in this song that I could be like, that shit's just fucking gay. It's kiddie shit. I don't know what it is. I love Yellow Submarine. I never get sick of it. I don't find it offensive. It's not as like highbrow as your Lennon and McCartney compositions. But even though they wrote this for Ringo, that's the thing you got to keep in mind. This is a Lennon and McCartney song that they had Ringo sing, which is a lot of them too. But everything fits on this. I fucking love it. And I'm begging for a 4K of Yellow Submarine. I have it on DVD. I don't know if it ever got released on Blu-ray.
I have the Blu-ray.
Oh, it is on Blu-ray? Okay. I want a 4K of this while my grandchildren are still like young enough where I think I can get them into it. I have heard some rumblings about some shit coming out this year, Beatles-wise. Might as well say now. I've heard that there could be a Anthology 4 coming out this year, as well as finally what we really need is the Anthology box set, which I have on DVD, and I'm sure you guys do too.
Yeah, I love that DVD set.
But Anthology coming out on possibly Blu-ray or 4K. I would love to see a 4K release of the Anthology, series. I think it would be fantastic as somebody who's like an audiophile and videophile. I want to see that shit on the best definition with the best sound. Get some Dolby Atmos on this fucking shit, please. It would be great.
I'll be the first to admit I have a shitload of DVDs that I never watch, but that box set of the original Anthology, I make a point of watching it like at least
once a year.
Not once a year for me, but at least every 2-3 years.
Oh yeah. Oh, definitely. And for those of you who weren't around for that, I know we all were.
It was
that was like one of the last bastions of the big three networks. Yeah. You know what I mean? When people would turn into regular TV.
To it, like their most.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but I mean that was a big deal. I remember like
huge.
Us rushing home to watch that. I remember like I worked second shift and we would rush, we'd get off at midnight and go to Walmart was the closest store by where we worked, we would go there on the release dates when it was Anthology 1, 2, and 3. You know, like go there right after work to buy this shit when it came out. And it's so well produced and everything. It's just like we need a better copy of that shit, you know, some
I
better.
love it. I love it. All the like the Shea Stadium like shit. Like
Oh yeah.
the one song that like sticks out to me is the I'm Down at Shea
Yeah.
Stadium, where like John is almost like losing his mind. He's like going cuckoo, and he's like running his elbows across the organ, and I love that fucking box.
I mean, how about, I mean, do you guys remember like the first time you heard Free as a Bird?
I loved it. It got a lot.
Oh.
It got a lot of shit though.
Oh, I loved, but it sent chills. It sent chills. But that one, what was the last one that
Real
now
love.
and no,
Now and
I
then.
didn't like Real Love. I didn't care
I
for
liked
Real
it.
Love.
I liked it, but not as much as Freeze a Bird.
Right. But no, what was the one Now and After?
Yeah, I have it.
Yeah, that
The
was
last
solid. I liked it.
Oh, dude. I hear now just thinking about that shit makes me cry. Dude, when I heard Now and After, I played it multiple times. Like, yep,
Now and then.
now and then. Yeah,
Terrible album cover.
yeah. I don't. The song itself, though, it makes me cry like a bitch when I hear that. It is so beautiful.
It was funny. The first episode I was ever on with you guys, we talked about a Beatles thing that made me cry like a bitch. The carpool karaoke with Paul McCartney.
Yeah, I thought that was great.
Shit. I watched that one just Sunday morning. Like my kids and my wife went out.
Well, I hate James
like
Gordon as much as you. Fuck, that bitch makes me cry.
Dude, I watched that thing and I was the happiest motherfucker on the planet, but I was also sobbing. I was like literally sobbing. Like that scene at the end where Paul shows up at that bar where they like open the curtain and there's just people like that were eating lunch there and he's playing fucking Hey Jude in front of him and all that stuff. And like that hit me. And, you know, Ralph, you said it earlier. I've been to McCartney solo shows where every show I go to over the last at least decade, I'm getting welled up 3-4 times during the show.
Yeah, you know, I just want to say I only cried twice at a one Paul McCartney show, and that's because I'm more of a man. Hey, look, I wanted to talk about this because Ian said he went to Walmart to buy Anthology. Now, if you went to Best Buy to buy Anthology, I got Anthology 1 at Best Buy, and I got this free Beatles interview, and it's really great, fun interviews. Then, when 2 came out, they gave another one out for free. These are all Beatle interviews, and this is the third one.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, the Best Buy would give you a free CD if you bought their Anthology.
Yeah. And Ryan, don't feel bad that he says he only cried at one Paul McCartney show because that's the only Paul McCartney show where I showed up.
Yeah.
You know?
I get emotional, especially lately, because I know every time I see him, it could be the last time. And I get really emotional at those shows.
I think I've seen McCartney for the last time because he came down here. This is the only time since 1990 I didn't see Paul McCartney. He came down here, I think it was last year, maybe the year before, at the Hard Rock, and the cheapest seats was $1,200.
Ooh.
I'm talking to the top. And I was like, fuck that, man.
That's crazy.
Oh, Paul, but and
you know what
yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think what he needs to do, and I hate saying this because ticket prices would be so fucking stupid. He needs to do a final tour with fucking Ringo. Where they just go back and forth, man. Just fucking do it. But I tell you what, if I saw that shit, I'd cry like a bitch.
Their age.
What's that?
I just don't think it's doable at their age.
I think it is.
I saw Ringo once.
How was it?
It was fucking fantastic.
Yeah.
He had, but yeah, some parts suck because he had the guy from Mister there, and he played Kila Li Li Li, where I will follow that stupid '80s song. Mister sucks. Mister.
Hey, Steve Brown wrote that song. God damn it.
But how cool is it that did you guys see Paul back? This is probably back in the fall of 24, or maybe fall 24. Did a bunch of shows at Irving Plaza in New York City, where the only way you could get tickets was to show up that day right at the box office and get tickets. I've been to that place 100 times because I grew up around New York and lived in New York many years. But he did like 4 shows in this. Maybe 1,200 people fit in that place. Tiny little place, unique set list. 80 fucking what is he? 82, 83 years old. And this guy's still doing shows like that where he's playing for 2.5 hours at a little club in New York City unannounced, where every single person in that place bought a ticket at the box office.
Yeah, but you know what's fucked up is I saw like footage from that show. He didn't play the theme from Spies Like Us.
I don't know what's worse, that song.
Hey, what do you do? Everyone else can look like you. Hey, what's the fuss? Ain't nobody that spies like us.
I don't know what's worse, that song or the movie.
Yeah, not a gem.
That's some horrible shit.
I saw that movie in the theater. It was.
So did I.
So did I.
I was pissed. Like, man, that movie sucked.
That made Give My Regards to Broad Street look like fucking Gone with the Wind.
Well, think about everything Chevy Chase and Aykroyd had done prior to that, and like think of how bad that is compared to it.
Yeah.
I saw.
It made Three Amigos look good.
I saw Give My Regards to Broad Street in the theater as well.
Oh wow, that's cool.
Yeah, and it was because my friend Milo, the guy that turned me on to Merciful Fate, he's a huge Beatles fan. Let's go see the Paul McCartney movie. And I was like, whatever. And I went, and I remember I enjoyed some of it where they played like silly love songs.
I've never seen it. I've never seen it.
It's kind of shitty, but it has some musical parts it was all right.
What's a really good song from Give My Regards to Broad Street, though? What was the single from that?
Goodbye Tonight or something like that.
Is that from that one? No, that's earlier.
Yeah, God damn it. I know the video. He's up on a roof singing.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of the song. I remember I really liked that song, though.
No More Lonely Nights.
Yeah, I like that song.
That's a good tune.
That's the one. But, yeah, where are we on the album now?
All right, so what do you guys think? Ralph, what do you think of Yellow Submarine?
I'm not a fan of it. Now, unlike the George Harrison song, I won't skip it. Now, listening to the outtakes, they recorded some of the working on this song with John Lennon singing it. And it's really good. It's only John Lennon and an acoustic, and he's singing the melody with different words. And you know they don't got We All Live in a Yellow Submarine, because it went into something where he just kept repeating something over and over. But then it cuts off. It's like maybe a minute long. Man, if they would have structured a song that way, I would have liked it way, way more. But it's not a song I really like. I think it's hokey, it's stupid, but it's the Beatles. Shut up.
All right, Ralph, we'll take the next song. She Said, She Said.
Fuck yeah. Here we go. This is a druggy song, I think. I love Ringo's playing on this. Ringo does some amazing drum work on this song. And, I just like, the delivery of John, making me feel like I've never been born. Great guitar playing from George Harrison, instructed by Paul McCartney and John Lennon, I'm sure, play it like this. Great stuff. Great stuff. I love this song. It's a little bit of a bridge, but it's still got the Beatles quality. But I think vibe wise, this song is a little part of the bridge that goes to Sergeant Pepper. I love this song. What do you think, Ian?
I dig it. This is the one that Ringo Starr said he felt was his best drumming ever.
Well, there you go. That's what I thought it was the best drumming on the album, but I think his best drumming ever is on The End on Abbey Road.
Okay. Well, I would say that is my number 2 as far as Ringo is The End. No, I love this song. And this was kind of a critique by Lennon. Talked about reading this interview with about Frank Sinatra, where it's like, oh, he's the top of the heap, nothing can, he's got the world at his feet, and this was his kind of like writing a rebuttal to that, even though it's changed to she said instead of he said. I love it, great fucking track. I love Ringo's drumming, but I still think there's a song on here I think he did 10 times better on.
I just want to real quick.
Yeah.
Fuck Frank Sinatra. Fuck him. All right, keep going.
Oh, I love Frank Sinatra.
Fuck him.
Okay, bye.
Scumbag.
Yeah, no, I like me some Frank Sinatra. I like me some Dean Martin. I like that kind of wop shit.
I don't like none of that. I like how Dean Martin was a raging alcoholic. That's about it.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, he laid a lot of groundwork for me.
You ever seen some Dean Martin episodes where he's on the Tonight Show, plastered out of his brain?
Love that shit. Not even the Tonight Show, just on the Dean Martin show. Holy fuck.
Ian's the Dean Martin of the 2020s.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm carried by Jerry Lewis over here, but
I'm the Tiffany of 2020.
No, you're much thinner. But no, I dig this song. Definitely great. Another great Lennon track. To me, Lennon rules this fucking album. It's got two like absolutely perfect McCartney songs. But Lennon, this is a total Lennon album. I'm a Lennon guy. I love it. Love this track. What do you think, Ryan?
Well, I'm a McCartney guy, but we're hitting on one of my favorite Lennon songs of all time. I fucking love this song. Love the lyrics, love the vibe, love everything about it. And yeah, it's about an acid trip. One of the first acid trips he ever did, he went to a party with George. Peter Fonda was there, all these people.
Yeah.
And he basically came up with all the lyrics of this based off of that experience. He said,
I know what it feels like to be dead.
He heard some girl say that night. I know what it feels like to be dead. And he put that in his mind, like, okay, that's a lyric. And it's a great lyric.
Well, no, that was Peter Fonda who said that, which I thought was funny. Yeah, no,
it was a girl.
It's funny because he changed it to like she said in the lyric, but in the true story, Peter Fonda said that because he died during a surgery as a kid and came out of it. And he was telling them all this while they're tripping and shit.
Well, this is why when you guys introduced me as a Beatles expert, I'm very uncomfortable with that because as much as the Beatles have been my favorite band since I was 7 years old, I don't claim to know all these little Beatles snippets as well as a lot of other people.
No, you're a Beatles expert compared to our audience because most of them think like fucking Elder is a deep fucking album that we have a dumb fucking audience. So to them, you are a Beatles like aficionado.
But I gotta tell you, when this came out, I did an episode on my channel, and I had the guitar player of Accept, Phil Goose or something like that. That dude's a Beatles expert. That dude knows every nook and cranny of the Beatles. I did 2 episodes with him. I highly recommend if you're a Beatles fan, watch that because this guy's got minutia up the ass.
You know, see, I don't get into it like that. Like I get
Uh,
into it to a certain extent, but I don't need to know like every tiny little detail. And it's cool to hear all the stories. And like I'll watch an episode of a podcast or I'll be like, oh, that's really fucking cool. But I also forget that fact like 2 weeks later, which makes
No.
like this compared to like these. There's Beatles dorks out there that know 50 times more than I do.
Oh no, I'm like that too, and I'm like that with podcasts, and that's what I love about our show so much is, it's funny because Chris Czynszak tells me all the time. He goes, "You and Routh remember like all these details and where you were and all this shit," and I feel like we're much less about that as we are about like feeling an emotion because I cannot stand podcasts where it's like this song was played in a diminished fifth chord on I'm like, yeah, I could give two fucks about that. Make me laugh, entertain me,
Yeah.
make me smile. That's what I fucking care about. But I love hearing that from somebody I look up to like Chris Czynszak. He's like, you and Ralph not only, make people laugh, but you have a great memory too. And yeah, there's a lot of things, a lot of albums we've talked about where there's probably people who know 10 times more than us, but can you blame it all on the French and the Jews the way we do? I think not.
yeah, well, our podcast is like um we're like we talk about our personal feelings on music where other podcasts are like they read books on their information. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
they're going by what they this happened because of that and this and that. Now me and Ian are talking about I'm talking about getting a blowjob during this song, and Ian's got I don't know what's wrong with Ian. He's got this fixation of finger banging chicks. I don't know what it's weird, but
I love it.
he has
I love it.
I like
Ryan,
you know what?
Ryan, do you like finger banging chicks?
Of course. I mean, I've been with the same woman for over 30 years, but still love
Thank
fingers.
you.
I do it.
I thought your fingers smelled familiar. That's
Hey, I finger bang just about every girl I've been with, but my finger doesn't feel as good as when my penis is banging it.
Yeah, no, that feels better. But there's just something about finger banging that's I don't know. It's innocent. It's
exciting.
innocent and it's exciting.
It's part of the course. You got to finger bang.
No, but honestly, you guys, what we were just talking about, you get the draw to you guys, from me at least, was just that you guys reminded me of the guys that my buddies that like the diehard music fans, the guys that really fucking care about music, not just like casual music fans, the guys that really like it's part of their life, like it's a big part of their life. And I had a lot of friends like that growing up, and I first started listening to your guys' podcast. I liked it because it reminded me of sitting just bullshitting about music. It wasn't about like technical theory. It wasn't about like
Yeah.
it was about just your heart being in that music and loving it. And that's
Well, I think that's the one thing I do love about this show that what Ralph and I have is we never lost that feeling. And I have so many friends that we used to have this kind of connection. We used to talk about music like this, but somewhere along the lines,
life.
they don't care about it as
They
much
don't follow
anymore.
it like that anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where me and Ralph are still like, no, I like that song and I like finger banging girls and we like having our asses licked, and we've never lost that. Like, we love
I'm
songs,
with you
but we also love
100%.
having our assholes licked, Am
know-
I right, Ralph?
Yeah, and I'm thinking about this now. It just dawned on me. You know that we spawned many, many podcasts. They're all gone, except for the Seven Dust of podcasts, Freeform, And look, I may be goofing on the guy, but you got to hand it to Mark, man. Out of all the podcasts we spawned,
He keeps doing it.
he's still doing it, and he's pat. Fuck what I think. Mark
Yeah.
Allen Taylor is very passionate. Sure, he's passionate with shitty music, but he's still passionate, and he does a podcast, which honestly nobody would really listen to because who listens to a podcast to listen to songs, you know? But if he eliminates the songs, it'd be a better podcast. But I'm not. Look, and it doesn't really matter what I think, but at the end of the day, I salute Mark Allen Taylor for being the only podcast spawned from us, and he might deny that, but I salute him for still doing it. Where Cribs and whatever else,
Ironcast.
Ironcast, all of it's gone. Every one of them are gone, and the Seven Dozen podcast is still going strong, man. I mean, strong as ever been. So, hey, salute to Mark Allen Taylor. And Ian, don't say nothing mean because then he'll get mad at me.
But I do it with a wink and a smile.
Yeah.
He sucks.
No, no, don't. Now he's going to think I said you suck. I don't think you suck, Mark. I know you
It sounded like you said it. I don't think I said it. I think you said it.
I don't think Mark Allen Taylor sucks. I know he sucks. I'm just kidding, Mark. Keep doing what you're doing. And you know what? At the end of the day, who gives a fuck about numbers? This is Mark getting around people, just jabbing about music. And I think that's great. I think that's awesome that, he's out there doing it. It's a little annoying when he wants people to plug his shit. It's like, come on, dude. I don't even do that.
Yeah.
But anyway.
He asks people to plug shit more than Ace Frehley. That's terrible.
Mark means well. He's a good dude.
It's the opposite. It's Ace Frehley that wants to get plugged.
All right. Did anybody talk about Good Day Sunshine?
Oh, we haven't started that yet.
Who wants to take that turn?
Not me.
I'll take it. I don't mind it. I like it.
All right, go ahead.
I mean, it's not one of my favorite songs in the album, but it's 2 minutes and 8 seconds of sunshine from Paul McCartney. And who am I to argue with that? It's it's definitely, poppy, happy McCartney stuff, but I love this song. I mean, I could listen to this song over and over again and never get sick of it. But yeah, I mean, 14 songs in this album. It's definitely bottom third of the album, but I don't hate it at all. But I'm a McCartney nut swinger, so who am I to say? What do you think, Ian? I'm gonna go take a leak while you guys talk about Good Day Sunshine.
All right. Not a huge fan of this. I don't hate it. But you could see who's an alpha male and who's a beta bitch. And Paul McCartney, as much as I love and respect him, he's a beta bitch. John Lennon would smack a bitch. Paul McCartney would write "Good Day Sunshine." It's all right, but it's too happy. Like I don't know. Sounds like some Blink 182 shit to me. If they knew how to write a good song. It's a good song. It's just too like fucking happy and light in the fucking loafers, and I don't know. Not one of my favorites. I'm all about John on this album, but it's still like Can you write a better song than Good Day Sunshine? No. It's good, but it pales in comparison on this album. What do you think, Ralph?
I love this song. This has the same elements of Yellow Submarine, but in my opinion, good. It's got the quirkiness. I love this song. I think the song is it makes me feel good to be alive listening to songs like this. Talking about the sunshine, burns my feet as I touch the ground. It's life. It's my life. I live in South Florida. I live in the heat. I am like a lizard. But I just said the other day, because I tore down a lot of shrubbery in the backyard. I mean, I was out there for hours pulling weeds, and I was a sweaty mess. And I used to say, I'm like a lizard, but lizards don't sweat. But good day.
Ralph,
Go ahead.
are you a sunshine fan? Do you like the sun?
I love it. I go to the beach all the time.
See, I hate the fucking sun. I hate that. I'm that weird guy that like, I like in winter. I don't like cold. I like the warmth. But I love like in winter when it gets dark at 5 in the afternoon. I love that shit. I wish it was like that all the time.
Well,
I can't. I live in fucking Seattle, which is almost like fucking Canada. So here in the summertime, it doesn't get dark till like fucking 9:30, 10 o'clock. It drives me up a fucking wall. It gets sunlight here. Like the sun is out before 5 a.m. I can't fucking stand it. I love the night. To me, the night is when everything good happens. Nothing good happens during the daytime. Everything fucking sexy, satanic, sexual, everything good happens at fucking night. I can't stand the sunlight, the sunshine, all that fucking bullshit. Give me the night. I'm like George Benson. Give me the fucking night.
I like both. I love the nighttime and I love the daytime. And to tell you the truth,
Yeah.
I can't tell you which one I like more. I think I like them equally.
I'm a nighttime guy.
And
What do you
unlike
think?
And unlike you, Ian, when it gets dark here, it's still hot. It's still.
Oh, well, I don't mind the heat. I love it. Like that's the thing I hate about like Seattle and Washington. I love the rain. I love when it rains, it's great. But I'm used to living in the South when like it can still be warm and rain. Here when it rains, it's cold as shit. I don't like that shit. I like it when it's warm and it rains. That's one thing I do miss about Florida is like a hot rain that just takes a little bit of like steam out of the air, but it could add a little bit too.
I I never ever ever liked the cold. When I was a little kid,
Yeah, the cold sucks.
when I was a little kid up in Terrytown, New York, I used to despise the winter. I would not play out in the snow. I would watch through the window my brother making snowmen with my neighbors and stuff. I wouldn't go out there. I fucking hated it. And I had to walk to school. And I had to walk up a hill. And I'm talking elementary school. I'm like a 5-year-old, 6-year-old doing this shit. And I remember fucking crying on the way because of the wind hitting my face. Because, I looked like one of those Kenny from South Park, with the head covered. But the little wind that would hit my face was so brutal. And there were times, man, we had to get out of the house with a shovel. My dad would get a shovel and shovel us out because the whole front door was covered in snow. And our cars had chains on it, on the wheels.
That's terrible.
I hated it. And then we came down to Miami Beach on a vacation. And me and my mom were like, we convinced my dad, let's move to Florida. And that's exactly why I ended up here. But I love Terrytown. Don't get me wrong. I mean, the summer times were great. We had this little area, like a little park that had, a little bridge. It was beautiful. Terrytown's a gorgeous place. It's just
Yeah, it is. Sleepy Hollow, baby.
Sleepy Hollow, man. And the whole Sleepy Hollow forest was fucking, it had little trailways, I remember. I left there at 8 years old, but I remember loving New York.
Yeah,
But
dude, that I grew up there. I lived there from the time I was like 6 till I was like 18. And I was literally in the neighboring town to Terrytown, Briarcliff Manor. So I always got a kick out of every time I heard you talking about Terrytown on the podcast. I'm like, holy shit! Like Ralph lived a town over for a couple of years. Our overlap was very short because if you were 8, like I moved there when I was like in 79, so that's like right around when you moved out.
I moved to Florida in 73.
Oh, okay. So like there's
Yeah.
no way.
I was born in 65. I was 8 years old.
Yeah, yeah.
So we moved here at 73, but my memories of New York. And then there was times I would fly over there because my cousins still lived there. That's the first time I saw Jaws, my favorite movie of all time. We all went to the theater, and that was in Tarrytown. And it's a movie that changed my life. It's a movie that made me realize, wow, we're gonna die one day. That's how stupid I was as a kid. But yeah, Tarrytown was amazing. It was amazing. It's just I love it. I love it here better. But honestly, where I live in Hialeah, Hialeah is amazing as long as you don't leave the house because customer service here is shit. Okay, I gotta go food shopping. I'm already prepared to be there for at least 15 to 20 minutes in line because some idiot doesn't know how to use their card or it's just everybody down here is a fucking idiot. But when I get in this house in this glorious fucking music room, I love Hialeah. All right, what song we on?
Ian, one, and your bird can sing.
Yeah.
All right. Did I talk about what was the first one? Oh yeah, I like Good Day Sunshine. And Your Bird Can Sing. Wow. What a fucking awesome song. Great guitar work on here and just the whole vibe of it. And I love the anthology version where they're stoned and they're trying to record this and all they do is laugh through it. That's an amazing version. This box brings a couple other versions that aren't that on here. I love it. And by the way, I forgot to mention this, and not that I noticed, but there's a lot of people that complain about she said on this. A lot of people don't like it. I think it's fine. But yeah, we already talked about that song. But And Your Bird Can Sing, right? Top 3 song on here for me. I love this song so much. Ian?
Yeah, I love this. No, I fucked up earlier. I said she said was the one about Frank Sinatra. No, this is the one about Frank Sinatra. I fucked up. Because I read this article. Or did I already talk about she said it with the Frank Sinatra? I don't know. I'm
Yeah,
so
you
fucking
did.
drunk. No, but yeah, this is the one where he read an article about Frank Sinatra, like he's king of the world and shit, and blah blah blah. And Lennon was like, you think you're king of the world, but you don't see the world the same way as I do. And that's what it's kind of about. I love this one. Great guitar work, like you mentioned, which lead guitar by Paul McCartney on this, as well as George Harrison, which is probably why it's so good because Paul McCartney plays some great lead guitar on this. I love it. It's John through and through. This is one of those ones that, yeah, it's Lennon McCartney, but it's definitely more, Lennon than McCartney. I think it's a great track. What do you think, Ryan?
Yeah, I mean, these albums to me, Rubber Soul and Revolver, are where you started to see the separation between, it was always Lennon McCartney written, but I truly believe those early albums, they were literally just equally co-written songs. Whereas once you got to Rubber Soul and Revolver, they were more distinct Lennon songs, distinct McCartney songs, and they would add in shit. Obviously, I talked about earlier, Paul having just ridiculous bass lines that added a lot more color than your average bassist, counter melodies, all that kind of shit. But yeah, I mean, this is 2 minutes and 2 seconds, but it's fucking incredible. And I love the guitar sounds in this. I love the guitar kind of textures in this song. And the bass again in the back, that at the end of the song, so cool. Love it. I mean, great Lennon song. Short to the point, but a whole lot of shit in that 2 minutes and 2 seconds. It's great.
All right, brother. We'll take the next one. The Paul McCartney
I
For
will
no
be
one.
happy to lead off with this one because this is
Okay.
literally one of my favorite Beatles songs of all time. Of all time, just just one of a probably a dozen just like all time great ballads that Paul wrote in that little 5-6 year stretch. This song is just beautiful. Um, the vibe of it, the pace of it, the lyrics, everything. I mean, one of my favorite McCartney songs of all time, and I think it's just super underrated. It's not like a song that right off the top of people's heads, it's going to be in like Beatles' greatest hits or anything like that. But man, I don't know where I would have this in my like Beatles top 50, but it would be pretty goddamn close to like top 10. If not top 10, it's definitely top 20. I like the song that much. It's just fucking beautiful. What do you think, Ralph?
Best song on the album. And this is a song that made me cry when he played it. I couldn't believe he was playing this. It blew.
Oh, this is the one you were talking about earlier. It's so fucking good.
This is my favorite. That's why I think Paul McCartney is the star of this album. It's because of this song. Period. This song is just gorgeous and it's dark, like Eleanor Rigby, but better. And it's very sad. It's to the point. Hey, the chick is moving on without you. Get over it. I love it. I love hearing this song during a breakup. I mean, a real breakup, not, one of the many breakups where the chick was so foul, I didn't give a fuck by being away from her. The ones that meant something. I listen to this and it's like, yeah, she's moving on, man. And it's kind of one of those songs that tells me, you got to move on. Don't, she doesn't want you anymore. She doesn't want to be in your life. She wants somebody else, not you. Get over it, son. And I did. And I thank Paul McCartney for doing that. Where John Lennon would tell me to stay with a bitch. That's what I think of For No One. My favorite song on here, and definitely in my top 5 favorite Beatles songs of all time.
Love it.
Probably number 5 on my list.
All right. Well, yeah, this one's amazing. It's gut wrenching, really. Oh, I mean, who is a Beatles fan has not listened to this song like during a breakup? And what's amazing about this, it's just so spot on because I think it's a true testament to like there's girls you break up with and there's girls who break up with you. And when you break up with a girl, you're like, okay, you're ready. You found somebody new or you're doing all this. And it's easier when you're breaking up with somebody else. But when a chick dumps you, it's 10 times harder because you didn't know it was coming. And when chicks break up with you, it's long before you know it. Chicks break up with you long before they leave. They leave you emotionally first, and then they're gone. And this song sums it up perfectly because, as guys, we're cocky, we're like, we think we're the cock of the walk and all this shit. And this girl already decided, she's already, because when women leave, they're like 5 steps ahead. They're like, okay, I'm checked out emotionally, and then I'm going to do this. I'm going to run up his credit card, and then I'm going to move on over here. And I've already got this dude lined up over there and shit. And then by the time it hits you as a guy, you're like, what? And this song just nails it on all those levels. And I hear it. It's one of those, like, if you hear this when you're down in the dumps, it hits you on one level. But even if, like, you're perfectly fine and everything's going on, you hear this song, but you've been through something, you're like, ooh, I know that fucking feeling. Ooh, fuck. I mean, there's just something. It's the raw emotion of this song, which is something that I would usually expect out of a John Lennon song.
Yeah.
but it's coming out of a Paul McCartney song.
This song is deep, man. I'm like
Oh yeah.
reading the lyrics while you're talking about it. And like, how about this line? And in her eyes, you see nothing, no sign of love behind the tears cried for no one, a love that should have lasted years. You want
Oh
her,
yeah.
you need her, and yet you don't believe her when she says her love is dead. You
Oh yeah.
still needs
Now,
you.
I gotta say, I broke the Guns N' Roses girl. I gotta bring her up.
Yeah.
I broke up with her, but before I broke up with her, she's the chick in that song. She didn't like me anymore, but yet I broke up with her and she even gave me an Apple desktop, to try to get back in with me, but it didn't work out. I wanted to be her friend. It just didn't work out. But I got to say, I broke up with her and it still fucking destroyed me. Destroyed me. I was really sad. I don't think I've ever been more sad with a breakup than because the thing is, I couldn't take the torture anymore. And then when I got away from it, I was still feeling torture, but the strength of Manowar made me stay away from her and go for cock.
Thank you. Yeah, but no, that's the thing. It's like I don't the way he wrote these lyrics. It's like I don't know, very insightful for somebody. I mean, you got to think he's in his mid-20s and wrote this, and to have this kind of
Every
insight.
line is great.
Oh, yeah. It's one of those. Like even listening to it today, I was like, and I'm doing great. I'm in a great marriage. I'm very happy, and like shit's great. But like all it took was like a couple seconds into this song, and it took me back to times when I wasn't so. And I think that's a great thing of a song, is like the empathy. That's the songs that really stick with you is the songs like you can just hear a little bit, and sometimes it can be musically or lyrically, but like even a note or a line from a song can take you back to the darkest parts in your life that you can identify with and make you feel vulnerable and human at the same time, you know. Um, it's like I'm in a better place in my life now when I can listen to this song and I can hear it and I know where it takes me, but I don't have to wallow in that. But I can revel in the beauty of like I was there. It's like I know what the feeling of this song is, and it's very, very powerful, very insightful for a young Englishman to write something this insightful. Uh,
I mean, he's literally in his like mid to late 20s at this point.
oh yeah, and he's gone like this is like him breaking up with Jane Asher. It's like you look in hindsight like Jane Asher's a chick he fucked for a little bit, but he still knew and he experienced something that he verbalized so perfect.
God damn, these lyrics are amazing. One more line I gotta throw out there. She wakes up, she makes up, she takes her time, doesn't feel she has to hurry. She no longer needs you.
Yes,
How powerful is that line? She doesn't have to hurry because she no longer needs you.
And I've been there. I've been there with by the time they finally leave, they're okay. They already
gone.
planned this shit out where you had just smacked you upside the face like you weren't paying attention and like so no, I totally know this song and but again, this kind of lyric and this kind of depth I'm used to getting from John. I'm not, from Paul, I'm used to getting Spoon, Moon, and June. Ralph's favorite fucking comment that luckily he's not here to hear. But you know what I mean? It's like that kind of like, light-handed shit where John's like, but you're getting this from Paul. And I mean, you've got this and Eleanor Rigby on the same album. I mean, some dark fucking shit.
Yeah.
Holy shit. But somehow John still wins this album, in my opinion.
Not
But this,
all on this album, but it's neck and neck.
but this is, well, and a good thing to look at too is if you look at the European version versus the American version, it's 3 John Lennon songs that were cut from this
Yeah.
that went to Yesterday and Today. All
And
right.
actually, since Ralph's not here, I'm gonna just to fill a little space here. So
I'm here, but you go ahead.
Okay.
when Ralph did that U.S. boxing, I went back and looked at all my old Beatles albums. So this is the U.S. pressing Revolver. It has a completely different set list, and you'll see it right here if you read it on. It's only 10 songs instead of 11 songs instead of 14 songs. But this is hilarious. I didn't even notice this until a couple years ago. So first big loss in my life from a death standpoint was literally John Lennon. John Lennon died when I was 10 years old, and he was like my God and everything. And like, it was literally the first time I'd ever lost anybody that meant something to me. So like, this was the version. If you can look at this really closely right here, I wrote this when I was like 11 years old.
I'm dead.
I'm dead on John's
Jesus Christ.
face. I was a dark little fucking kid. Isn't that crazy?
Wow.
What?
I haven't listened to this version of the vinyl. There's literally no vinyl even in this anymore because I haven't listened to it since I was probably fucking 10 years old. But
Hey, what Revolver songs are on Yesterday and Today?
I got it right here. Hold on one second.
Dr. Robert.
I got it right here. Yesterday and Today. And Your Bird Can Sing, Dr. Robert, and I'm Only Sleeping.
Wow.
Yeah, because those weren't on the American version.
Those came out before Revolver?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. And on the American version of
They
Revolver,
were out in America in June, and Revolver wasn't released until August.
yeah, and this is right around the time of like the infamous John Lennon God quote, controversy, too. And on the American version, side 2 opens up with Unskinny Bop, which kind of, in my opinion, throws the whole fucking,
Yeah, that was a little shocking. That was like, where is this coming from?
But what do you expect? Unskinny Bop, another George Harrison song.
Yeah, but like gasoline, you want to pump me, Believe me when you get your feel, yeah.
Poison did it better. Poison had no sitar in their version.
Yeah, I know. Well, and that's why I think that one scored higher on the charts.
And had
Want to make love and never stop.
And Pink and Poison had a better guitar player.
Yes. What's going on in that head of yours? On Skinner, pop, 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 just blows me away, yeah. All night and day, yeah.
Oh, all right.
Pop, 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 pop.
Next song.
All right. Next song would be Dr. Robert. Ralph, take Dr. Robert.
I love this song. It's an album track. It's not, probably my least favorite of the Lennon songs, but still a cool song. I believe it's about drugs, and
Yes.
and yeah, it rocks, man. It rocks. And that's weird how they picked this song to release before Revolver came out. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, the one thing I took from that whole experiment I did after you kind of like piqued my interest into comparing the US to the UK releases, it's just like it didn't even seem to make sense of like why the songs they chose to release earlier, not necessarily
Unskinny Bop, nothing more to say.
Perfect timing there. Nothing more to say.
Dr. Robert, yeah. Not bad, not great, just kind of there. Cool track about a doctor from New York City. What this is based on, who like to prescribe amphetamine shots, you know, kind of speed people up, you know, like basically quit your crying, bitch. Let's get high. Let's get happy. And that's what Dr. Robert's about. Uh, Good song. Not a great song. Not essential. But, you know, there's worse, you know, like the sitar shit that George Harrison would play. Um, it's one of those, you know, nobody's going to say this is their favorite song, and nobody's going to say it's their least favorite song. And then we go in the next one, I Want to Tell You by George Harrison. It's no Taxman, but it's better than fucking Love You Too. It's just kind of okay to me. It's nothing great, nothing horrible. You know, funny thing, last week we did a review of Ted Nugent, his first album. He would go on to cover this on his 1979 album, State of Shock.
Yeah.
And it's basically the same song. Nothing great, nothing stand out about it. It's okay. It's okay. It's no My Sweet Lord. It's no Wah Wah. You know, it's just a George Harrison throwaway, in my opinion. He peaked with Taxman. It's like, you know, and the rest of this album is George Harrison trying to rub it on your face, but no, it's already dried up. Yeah, not a big deal to me. What do you think, Ralph?
This song sucks. It's terrible. You know? You're like saying, well, it's no Taxman. That's like saying, well, Brandon's no Read My Body. It still sucks.
But isn't it though?
I mean, of course the sitar song was worse. That goes without saying, but it still doesn't take away the suckiness of this fucking song. Who the fuck? Why the fuck did they approve? They should have let George Harrison just do one song and have Lennon and McCartney help him and call it Taxman. That's the only George Harrison song that should be on the album. I put this even under Yellow Submarine. This song fucking blows. There you go. What do you think, Rob?
I'll be the lone supporter of this song. I don't love it. It's just a good song, but I like the song. Think it, you know, if Taxman wasn't on this album, it would be like a good George Harrison addition to a Beatles album. I like it. I like the piano on it. Piano is not like a lead instrument on it, but it kind of plays like a background role in it, like kind of similar to some of like the Jimi Hendrix stuff with like, you know, Are You Experienced, where there's just like clanging, like repeating piano sounds in the background. And I think Beatles used it kind of similarly in this song, where the Beatles, you know, the piano isn't like the lead instrument, but it's like adding some cool shit in the background. And I actually like the song.
Right on. Take the next song. I Got to Get You Into My Life.
Me?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, love it. Love it. You know, this is like, there's some stuff in this era, especially like the mid era, the Revolver, Rubber Soul era, where like McCartney did these songs that are almost like adult contemporary, but they're still just fucking great. And this is one of them. Like this song could completely fit on like AM radio, you know, with all the other kind of cheesy 70s, like early 70s, late 60s. But goddamn, I love this song. I just like it's adult contemporary Beatles, but it's fucking awesome. Yeah, I mean, I don't have to go too much deeper into it, but yeah, I love this song.
All right, Ian.
This is one of those rare ones where I'm like, yeah, I hate Beatles covers. Okay, because I'm like, nobody can fucking do the Beatles. Okay, stop it. Stop. How many versions of fucking Yesterday, and they all suck compared to Yesterday. But this is the one where like Earth, Wind, and Fire did this shit better than you, motherfucker. You know? And what's funny is Paul McCartney wrote this song. This was him riffing on Stevie Wonder. He saw Stevie Wonder and thought he sounded great. And so he's like, I'm going to write a song in that vein. So it's like him trying to do Motown, but it's so fucking white, or as Ratt would say, plasta, coming out of Paul McCartney. Where when Earth, Wind, and Fire does this, it's like, yeah, Ninja, I know what you're talking about. You know, it feels more natural. And it's one of those, like, after I heard the Earth, Wind, and Fire, I don't want to hear Paul McCartney's version of this. It just seems kind of stale and pedestrian and white. Like, if this song stayed out in the sun too long, it's going to get burnt, you know? But Earth, Wind, and Fire do this shit. It's cooked just right. It's a cool song, but Earth, Wind, and Fire did it better. That's my final answer.
All right,
Yeah.
I disagree on one aspect of what you said. I love this song. I think the Beatles did it great, fucking amazing. So I totally disagree with you there. But I will agree with you that Earth, Wind, and Fire did it better. That I will say. This piece of shit album right here has two covers I like better than the Beatles. Earth, Wind, and Fire, and I know it'll be controversial.
Alice Cooper, because.
No, that sucked.
Okay.
Fucking Aerosmith come together. I like more than the Beatles version.
I agree.
I do.
I disagree.
I love the Beatles version. Don't get it twisted. Let's shit the bed. All right. I love the Beatles version, but Aerosmith, man. And I love Got to Get You Into My Life. I love both those songs like crazy, but
I think George Burns did When I'm 64 better than the Beatles.
I just think Steven Tyler pulls off like the darkness of that song better than anyone that sang in the Beatles ever could.
I gotta listen to this shit again. I haven't heard this shit forever. You know, but I'm sure I'll be skipping songs.
That movie is ridiculous.
Another one I saw in the theater. You know, I think that's what turned me on to the Beatles for a while. Seeing that shit, I thought the Beatles were going to be that way. Fucking horrible.
It's terrible.
Horrible soundtrack with two fucking gems. There's two gems on this album. But the rest is just... And you got fucking Phantom. Phantom kicks ass. So does... You know, I love the Bee Gees. But, man, they dropped the ball on this shit. And yeah, George Burns just talks his way through that song, and Alice Cooper said.
And what did Peter Frampton? Peter Frampton did that. What's a fucking horrible song I can't stand off of Sgt. Pepper? She's Leaving Home. I hate that fucking.
I love Aerosmith as like the evil band.
Yeah, that was the best part of the movie.
Supposed to be Kiss.
Yeah, that was the best part of the movie.
It was supposed to be Kiss, but Steve Brown said no. We're going to do Meets the Phantom. And they listened to him because he's smart.
Thank God, because that's a better movie than Sgt. Pepper, let me tell you.
Exactly. Steve Brown saved Kiss.
Steve Brown, yeah. Steve Brown saved their movie career.
All right. You know what? Fuck it. I'm going to take the last song. Because I think, and I've got like 3 fans. I think this is the greatest fucking song on this album. And top 3 Beatles fucking songs. Tomorrow Never Knows. Holy fucking shit. And this is the one that I think is Ringo's greatest drumming. And I'm kind of curious on like, did Ringo play that beat the whole fucking song, or is it a sample? Because I know they're doing loops and shit like that. If it's not a loop, then it's definitely the best fucking Ringo beat ever because I just love it. It's just so like rhythmic and like fucking, but precise. That's why I'm like almost like, was that fucking looped? Because it's so like, oh my God, listening to this song, especially when getting into drugs and smoking weed and fucking dropping acid, when acid was real, not that fucking ecstasy shit, and not all this other bullshit, but good, clean fucking Jerry Bear acid, and listen to this shit. I love this fucking song. Yeah. There is like legitimately classic songs on this album that are nowhere, they're light years away from how genius Tomorrow Never Knows is. Man, holy fuck. Do I love this song. Again, Lennon through and through, the loops, the soundscapes. There's an interview with George Harrison talking about this song, like it was like maybe a week or two prior to this album where like, you've never heard anything like this song. This is us like fully experimenting and using our full potential kind of shit, and I agree with them 1,000%. Even though they would do other experimental shit, after this, to me, this is the height of LSD, Beatles, and experimentation. And I mean, yeah, the only thing to me come close to this would be I'm the Walrus, as far as like, soundscapes, perfectness, just incredible. And it's, ooh, God, if I had to pick between this and I'm the Walrus, I don't know. I still think I'd have to take this song. I mean, it's just fucking amazing. And especially for the time, 1960 fucking 6. And you're doing this. And this is where you're like, you're not working for George Martin. George Martin is working for you. Incredible. I love it. Favorite track on the album by a fucking light year. What do you think, Ralph?
Best John Lennon song on here, that's for damn sure. Love it. Like if you listen to I'm Only Sleeping, you see some of the bridge to Sergeant Pepper. You listen to this song, that's the rest of the bridge. This song is what the Beatles did on the next album. The Beatles on the next album sound like a different band. Here, this song sounds like a different band. Just the whole backward guitar sound. I don't know how they did that, to tell you the truth, because the sound that they're playing of a guitar backwards sounds so cool. You can tell it's backwards, but it still has this musicality about it that blends so well with the weirdness and the constant drum beat, which I tend to think it is Ringo and not loops, because I don't think at that time Ringo would be cool with that. So I think it is him. And of course, Ringo.
That's amazing.
Ringo can do it. Ringo can do it, But fucking love it. It's my favorite John Lennon song on Revolver. Next to shit. Yeah, next to
Next to shit.
what album was it again? Oh yeah, the next album. This is the second best Beatles closer in my opinion of an album. My second favorite after Day in a Life. So there you go, Ryan.
Yeah, I'll finish it off here. Yeah, this song is just unbelievable. So far ahead of its time. It's insane. Just the poetry. I mean, like you just listen to these lyrics on their own with no music. It's amazing. But then you add in the psychedelic like craziness of what was going on, at this time. And you can't overstate how ridiculous it is that they were doing this when they were doing it. Not like this is 1980, this was like, somebody landed on the moon. It was that different. It was so nobody was even close to this. And just like throw the first three lines, and it's like that repeating line, but like, turn off your mind, relax and float downstream, lay down all thoughts, surrender to the void, yet you may know the meaning of within. Like, that shit, man. At that time, who had written, like, Bob Dylan had written some deep shit and all that, but man, I mean, that was like next level. Like, they were just recreating the game. They were making the wheel. And like, this was the head of the drug revolution, head of cultural revolution. And it's why the Beatles are like nothing that ever came before them.
Yeah. And the funny thing, at this time, the ones who were into LSD were John and George. Ringo had done it, and Paul had refused to do it at that point. He had done, he loved weed. And in fact, I forgot to bring this up, Got to Get You Into My Life. A lot of people think that's like, like to a girl. He said it's an ode to weed. Like, I got to get weed into my life and shit, but this song was pure fucking acid. And that was John and George at that time.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's just an amazing song. It was so far ahead of its time. It pushed the boundaries on everything at the time. You hear other artists talk about it nonstop. People, their contemporaries at the time, people after them, everything from like Crosby, Stills and Nash to Neil Young. And like, I mean, like, everybody was like the Beach Boys. Everybody, they were listening to this shit like, okay, we're going to take note from this and we're going to try to, like, everybody was just stopping in their tracks to listen to this stuff. And these guys were just changing the world at this point.
Right on. So there you go. That is
awesome. Well, there's two other songs we have to talk about, though.
Oh yeah, that's in this box set as well. This box brings a 45 of Paperback Writer and Rain.
Yeah, so Paperback Writer, holy shit, what a great fucking song. Love Paperback Writer. And it's one of I forget what John had a quote about Paperback Writer talking about what it was a successor to. And goddamn, it's driving me nuts now. I can't remember what it was.
Unskinny Bob.
Yes. It just blew him away. Yeah. No, Paperback Writer. Fucking amazing. And then you got Rain. I don't mind Rain. It's an okay. Hey, I'm a Lennon guy. It's okay, but to me, no Paperback Writer. But they're both like very strong songs that, I could make, I could name songs that I would take off of this and put both of those songs on this record. What do you guys think about Paperback Writer and Rain? Ralph?
You know what, man? Even though I listened to 45 today, I didn't think we were going to be talking about these songs. But I did hear them today. And I got to say, man, if Paperback Writer was on Revolver, it'd be my favorite song off the album because I like it more than For No One. It's up there, man. Probably my third favorite Beatles song ever. Day in a Life, In My Life, Paperback Writer. Those are my three favorite Beatles songs.
And Ryan, before you go, a cool, interesting fact I got to bring up before I forget it. Paperback Writer was written. What's the song? It's like, Let 'Em In by Paul McCartney, where he's like, Auntie Gin, Uncle Ian, blah, 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 let 'em in. I think it's like Auntie Roo or whatever. It's like a real aunt of Paul McCartney's. And she gave him a challenge, said, you write all these songs about love. I'm going to throw you a topic and you write a song about it. And at the time, Ringo was reading a book and saying, he goes, I want to write a song that's about a novel. And Paul McCartney took that and he's like, okay, I'm going to do that to shove it up my aunt's ass, and prove her wrong, that I can write a song about anything. And the funny thing is, same thing on fucking, was it Band on the Run? What's the song? Is it Mrs. Vanderbilt or something where Dustin Hoffman, asked him, hey, write a song about this, and he did that. So Paul McCartney's a fucking beast, man.
Hell yeah, best solo career in my opinion. And I like that one Egyptian something. I have it on CD. And he did a couple after that. I thought there was some good songs on that album.
I never listened to it.
The album called New was pretty good. That's some songs were okay. What you expect?
No, he still writes some catchy songs. My kids
that one he did with the fucking Foo Fighters. Holy shit!
Oh, I love that song.
Oh man, that one he did. It was like Dave Grohl and Chris Novoselic and him, and
and he was playing like a slide thing, and it almost sounded like a newer version of like Helter Skelter. It was cool.
Oh, that shit was good as fuck, and he had the scream on it. That's what I loved, man.
Yeah, he was
Paul
like just
McCartney's
letting
scream.
it go. Yeah, I loved it.
Woo, girl.
But anyway, I was looking at the dates when you guys were talking about it for those singles. So Paperback Writer Rain comes out May 30th in UK, and Revolver is June 15th. So you're literally talking, a couple weeks apart from each other. You get that, like, I remember being heartbroken by this, that neither of you guys like Rain. Rain is literally one of my favorite Beatles songs of all time.
I think it's okay, but it's not like great.
Favorite John songs. I just love it. And Paperback Writer, I absolutely love. Paperback Writer Rain is my favorite A-B side Beatles of all time.
I will tell you this, though. You know what came to me while we were doing this episode? Is a song we were all having a fucking brain fart about. Was that Jackaroo Day Across the Universe?
Yeah,
I fucking hate that.
He said that earlier.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, I was just.
I hate Across the Universe. That song sucks. I don't like.
No, I like it.
I don't like fucking David Bowie's cover either. I think they all suck. And I'm a John Lennon guy, but yeah, I don't like Across the Universe.
You don't like Fame? That song rules.
No, I love Fame, but on that album, David Bowie did a cover of Across the Universe. Oh. And I don't like that either.
Right. Okay.
No, Fame kicks. I love Young Americans. I think that's a great album, but he covered that on that album, Across the Universe. Never cared for that song.
Right on.
So here's
I'd rather hear You Know My Name, Look Up My Number.
Oh, there you go.
That song kicks ass.
We both like shitty songs.
Ryan, do you like You Know My Name?
Not particularly.
Oh, go fuck yourself.
It's not even a fucking song.
Yeah, it's a goofy.
It's stupid.
I love that shit. Okay.
So just to finish the timeline, and then we'll finish it off here. So like you get Paperback Writer Rain May 30th, but also the Yesterday and Today, which was the US shit. That's June 15th. And Your Bird Can Sing, Dr. Robert and I'm Only Sleeping comes out in US. And then all the other shit comes out August 5th, US and UK, the full releases of the Revolver versions. After that, everything is identical, UK and US. But Revolver was the last album where the US version differed from the UK version.
All right. Well, this album was released August 5th, 1966, produced by George Martin. And to date, this album in the US, which is what counts, it's gone 5 times platinum.
That's a disgrace. It should be 20 platinum.
Yeah. But not too bad, though. Not too bad. But,
Hysteria sold more.
Yeah, yeah,
That's
that's fucked
embarrassing.
up. But you know, it's I'll never forget this. And the sad thing is, this is going on probably 20 years now. I remember reading this article about like the next generation was the first generation where the Beatles don't matter to them. And I mean, there's realness to that, and there's relevance to that. They mattered in my generation, you know, and I'm right there with Ryan. And you know, Ralph, you're kind of in the same, but a little bit older. But the Beatles were very relevant and important in our era, and where something happened, you know, the masses cared about. Where today it's like not so fucking much, you know. And even when that last Beatles song came out, that Now and Forever, Now and After, whatever the fuck it is, um, you know, old fucks like us cried like fucking babies when we heard it, you know, and younger kids are like, that ain't no Migos, you know, kind of shit. It's sad.
But nah, I don't give a fuck. Hey man, the Beatles,
Yeah, I mean,
the
I don't give a. I'm glad. I'm glad we're the age we are. I'm glad we're gonna die before these fuckers. I'm ready to go. I'm sign me up.
the
Beam
Beatles,
me up, Scotty. Because
Well,
what these fucking kids have left, I'm good. I'm ready to go.
the way I look at it is, man, the Beatles are timeless. I still listening to this Revolver box set. They're the greatest. That's how I feel. I don't give a flying fuck how anybody that doesn't like the Beatles feel. I just don't care. I don't care. They're the greatest shit to me. They aren't to you. Fine. I don't give a fuck. You're you. I'm me. The Beatles rule and they don't rule to you. Don't upset me none. I don't give a rat's ass if people hate what I love. I just don't care. Unlike some people.
Ralph's like, what's been going on in that head of yours? Oh, skinny bop,
we keep coming back to
don't feel
unskinny.
way. Yeah. Ralph just wants something to believe in. God damn it.
Yeah,
Yes, I'll give a positive spin to that because, like,
All
I am
night
a
and day.
father of
Yeah.
four. My oldest is 27. My youngest is 18. And they all love the Beatles. And I know it's a very unique situation where you got a dad stuffing it down four kids' throats their entire lives. But a lot of their friends love the Beatles. A lot of my nieces and nephews who I haven't like been around every minute and I stuff down their throat, they love the Beatles. So yeah, I think the Beatles are going to be around for a long time after we're dead.
Well, I'll
Um,
tell you what, you keep stuffing it down kids' throats and we'll be here for it, you
no,
know.
the Beatles are going to last forever, man. The Beatles are going to last forever. They're Beethoven. They're you know they're that level. I mean, they're that great. And yeah, I mean, a lot smaller percentage of the kids of today know the Beatles, and but it's still those geeks, the same people you know who are in those diehard music fans. They still find the Beatles.
and I gotta tell you, the Beatles are right up there with Country Joe and the Fish and Hot Tuna.
Yes.
Right up
No,
there.
not in the front, jump in the back. Why? I gotta show you something.
All right, there you go. That's our Revolver. So you know me, I gotta pick an album, random album. So you
All
go.
right, go for it.
All right, you want me to do it? All right, right
Over there.
here,
Right. Yep, right there. Right there. Grab it.
right here.
Yep, right there.
Oh, this is fucking immaculate. This, see, here's the thing. When Rush releases their box sets, you got to open the lid. It's a pain in the ass. I took all my vinyl out of my box sets that are like that. This is the 2112, and there's a show on here. Where is it from? Uh, it's got some outtakes. Oh, there ain't no show on here, is? Oh yeah, Massey Hall, wherever the fuck that is, and Corner Brand. Rush 2112. fucking awesome. My all-time favorite Rush album. And this is the box set. And the box set also brings like books, I think CDs and stuff, you know. Still a lot of shit in the box set, but I took out the vinyl, man, because you know. But that's my pick of the week, Rush 2112.
Yeah. I got the Hold Your Fire box set where they got a live disc from the Ottawa VFW 1987. Only 3 people in the audience.
Yeah.
Very quiet show.
I can't stand that shit, but they were still filling arenas.
That shit's horrible. Ryan, what's your pick of the week?
Hold on, Ian. Do your pick of the week. I'm gonna go 10 feet from here and go grab my 2 picks of the week.
All right.
Go ahead.
All right. My pick of the week is if you guys like the Beatles and you like Pink Floyd, I got a great pick for you. That's the Claypool Lennon Delirium, which is Les Claypool from Primus and Sean Lennon. It is fucking amazing. It's very, like I said, it's Beatles meets Pink Floyd. Their second album, South of Reality. Goddamn amazing. Couple singles from the album. The first single is used to be my favorite video of all time. It's now my second video of all time. Blood and Rockets. I asked Ratt to watch it. I don't think he ever did. Ryan T. Russell, I know you'll listen to me and you'll watch it like before you go to bed.
I don't know, Ian, if it was that what I watched, but on YouTube, I watched a few of their videos and not really my thing, but it was also a little unique and cool too at the same time. It's not blatantly the Beatles as I remember, or blatantly Pink Floyd, but I can hear the meshing of those two elements. And it's bad, and I applaud, Sean Lennon for doing something pretty original.
Yeah, well, Ryan, check this out if you don't know it. Do you know the Lennon Claypool Delirium?
Not.
Okay, before you pass out, go on YouTube, type in Lennon Claypool Delirium, Blood and Rockets.
I will definitely give it a listen.
Hey,
fucking amazing. Very like Monty Python-esque animation. If you're familiar with like Terry Gilliam's Monty Python type, it's fucking amazing. The song is great. But no, their second album, South of Reality, I mean, songs like Blood and Rockets, Borishka, really fucking good. And I had a chance to go see them once. They were playing in New Orleans. I was like, oh, fuck. I'm like, I can't miss this show. But Ralph bought me tickets to go see Judas Priest in Miami. So I missed the show. And I don't regret it because we had a great time seeing Rob Halford's Judas Priest in Miami. And I loved it. Every second of it.
Hey, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, no, but seriously, like fans of the Beatles, fans of Pink Floyd, whether or not you're like a fan of Primus, don't think of it as like, oh, it's Primus. Check it out with an open mind. If you like the Beatles, check it out because it's really, really good. Really experimental, really fantastic shit. Lennon Claypool Delirium, South of Reality. That is my pick of the week.
All right, Ryan, before you go into your pick of the week, would it be okay for me to do another pick, but on this side?
I love it.
All right. Let's go right. Let's go right here. Because you can
it's going to be Kilroy was here.
Oh, no, man. What the heck?
Speaking of Kilroy was here, I, with my parents when I was a little kid, saw the Kilroy was here tour.
Look, I didn't even know cassettes were in my vinyl.
I love the fact that you have an actual cassette is absolutely beautiful.
I have this on vinyl too. All right, go ahead, Ryan.
All right, so in mode of the Beatles, I'm just going to do they only had 2 albums, so I'm going to do a 2-album recommendation. Jellyfish. If you are a power pop fan, fan of Queen, the Beatles, Beach Boys, that kind of shit, like this band in the power pop kind of, dorky, that, minds. They're legends. And if you like the Beatles, if you like Queen, do yourself a favor, belly button their debut and Spilt Milk, their second album, and they were done after that. One of my favorite bands of all time, and they only had 2 albums.
I really do like that singer. He sang on Slash's first solo album, Slash's Snake Pit.
That's not their lead singer, though. That was their lead guitarist at the time, Dover.
Oh, okay.
Their lead singer, like after they broke up, just kind of
Eric Dover wasn't their lead singer? I didn't know that.
Dover was their guitarist on the
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But if you like power pop, like even a little Cheap Trick in there.
What's that song, like 3 Days School of Fish or some shit? Or I like that song.
I'm not sure which one you're talking about, but dude, just 2 albums. It's like 24 songs. Go listen to them. You're going to know real quick whether you love it or not. I know you're not a big Queen fan, Ian, but this.
Yeah, but they can't be as bad as Queen, so I'll check it out.
They're very Queen heavily influenced, but also Beatles influence, also Beach Boys influence, Badfinger a little bit if you like.
I hate the Beach Boys.
I'm not a big Beach Boys fan either, but
am.
The elements of the Beach Boys that they include into their music makes their songs incredible.
All I can say, fuck that barbershop quartet Beach Boys bullshit.
Yeah, and fuck Queen with that gay ass fucking what's that first song, that the first song on fucking Jazz that's the sound of the Twin Towers falling? Mustafa. I hate that shit.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't like
that shit. It not only is it horrible, but it's anti-American. I don't like it. Not a fan.
Love Queen.
Pop, pop, pop.
Fucking Queen is one of my favorite bands ever.
Queen 2, Sheer Heart Attack, one of the best back-to-back albums of all time.
And Queen 2 is my favorite, but
unbelievable. Perfect start to finish.
The best 2 back-to-back Queen albums is Live Killers and Flash Gordon. I'm telling you.
I just got a vinyl version of Queen Killers that I just listened to like a couple weeks ago.
As much as I shit on Queen, Live Killers is a fucking amazing live album.
That's a good live album. Yeah, it's a really good live album.
That fucking live version of Spread Your Wings. Oh, Spread Your Wings is one of my favorite Queen songs of all time, man.
Love that song.
And then you put that shit back to back with Flash. Savior of the universe.
Yeah, I'm a total Queen geek, so you don't want to go down that road.
Oh, okay, yeah. I don't want to go down that fucking Hershey Highway with you, because that band sucks.
One of my favorite bands of all time.
But those 2 albums, I like that shit. Back to back, nut to nut, whatever.
Sheer Heart Attack, Queen.
There you go. There you go. Ralph knows what I'm talking about.
No, I don't. This shit sucks. I'm a completist, but this is fucking horrible.
Okay.
March of the Black Queen, Ogre Battle. Go listen to that shit.
Go Ogre Battle, March of the Black Queen. Fucking
absolutely.
Great King Ratt, Liar.
Father to Son.
Terminate.
Okay, well, you guys are breaking up, so I'm going to let you go.
All I can say is Terminate Funkster and Flick of the Wrist.
Yes.
Good night.
All right. Love you guys. If you enjoyed this Beatlesque episode, come back next week when we talk about Sepultura right here on the Rock and Metal Combat Podcast.
Thanks for having me, boys. Good to see you again.
Ratabahata.
Schmagamagob.
All right, brother. We'll talk to y'all next week, man.